All right.
You want us muted, or because you said
you good. What's going on with the family out there? It's your boy G Consciousness. As y'all can see, I'm here with these brothers, Sharpening Sword, and we definitely gonna get it in today. We're gonna continue on the conversation that we had last week. We definitely got a moderator here. We got Dragnet in the building. What's going on, Dragnet? How you feeling today, brother?
Feeling pretty good, man. Feeling pretty good.
Let the people know, man, where they can find you at your page, and you know.
I'm Dragnet Silvis, DRAGNAUCT. You typed it in YouTube, you'll find lots of videos about me. I usually do just commentary videos on other people's stuff. I'm a non-believer, but when you need somebody who is not in anybody's camp, but can be as fair as he can, I don't mind stepping in and putting, my beliefs or lack thereof aside in order to help facilitate conversation, because that's what's more important to me than anything else.
All right, cool. So we definitely gonna have Dragnet here. Appreciate you coming out for helping us to moderate for the little time that we're gonna be on here, until you you step out. And also Sharpening Swords. We got them brothers back again this week. What's going on with you, brothers Sharpening Swords?
Shalom, brothers and sisters watching. We're good, we're blessed. I pray our family is blessed as well. And we just want to, contend with the faith and prove all things. As the scripture says, we're just here to do the work of the Most High. We give love to all you brothers, all our Israelite brothers. And yeah.
All right, cool. So definitely, the other brother there, what's going on with your brother? Matter of fact, because I don't really, your name is it, what's your name? Your name is, what's,
Me?
Yeah,
I'm Jonathan.
That's Jonathan, and the other brother,
Daniel.
What is it?
Daniel.
Okay, cool. So definitely, then we got the Yahweh War Machine up in the building. Yahweh War Machine. I'm saying I'm definitely affiliated with the Yahweh War Machine, so I felt it's only right if I get the brothers involved, my Israelite brothers. Go ahead, brothers.
Shout out to you, family. This is Elder YARAH, giving all praise to the Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to our ancestors, to the Mashiach, our Lord and Savior. Man, we just want to come in here and build with you brothers, man. We appreciate you, G-Con, for having us on this panel tonight. We appreciate you, brothers Daniel and Brother Jonathan. We're just looking forward to this bill. To all the brothers, Brother YAHUCHANAN, Brother GIDEON, Israel, our Anonymous Hebrew. We wait for some more other brothers to fall in as well. Tonight is going to be joining us on the panel. We know some had some previous obligations tonight, but they're going to be joining us as soon as they're done. But we're just looking for a righteous bill tonight, brothers, so that people can be edified and the Most High can be glorified. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to get ready, man. Then let's get into these scriptures. That's where we're going to stay. That's where we live. That's where we eat. And so let's get it in. Let's strengthen the Shara.
So y'all can go with your opening. I know you guys want to deal with some of the things we talked about last week, which was Tobit and also
yeah. Also, I would like to sorry.
I'm sorry, real quick too. Also, just so everybody can know, is the topic tonight that we're going to be dealing with is salvation and biblical salvation and the Gentiles. So what you guys can know, and so you guys can state your premise. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So so we did we had a discussion with Brother G Consciousness last week, Sunday. So we just want to, it was more of it started off as a questioning, question each other, but kind of, turned into a debate, and that's fine. So we wanted to hop back on. We both agreed to a part 2, and we just want to explain ourselves a bit better, touch on some of the things you had mentioned that we didn't get to touch on because for time, we're short for time, and look into some different aspects of why we believe what we believe from the scripture that we
Hey, G-Con, can I ask the brother something real quick?
Yeah, before you do that, let them get into.
Yeah, let me go ahead and finish the statement. Try to, if you got something, there's a there's a side chat that y'all click on at the bottom. You know, if y'all want to take a note of something, but just try and let everybody finish.
So sorry, what was the question? You had a question for us?
I
You was talking, my brother.
I didn't, because I wasn't trying to cut y'all brothers. I wanted to know if you could explain your definition of salvation. Just because oftentimes this conversation gets convoluted. So at least I understand where you guys coming from in terms of what you mean when you say salvation.
So quickly, I just want to mention about 9:30 is when we're going to be stopping, just to let you, just so the audience knows, you know, like not so you can just cut on, like, okay, we got to go now. We don't want to do that to you guys. But yeah, so our definition of salvation.
So pretty much 35 minutes.
It's about an hour and a half.
Well, that's an hour and a half. Maybe the time is different with you.
Oh, I'm on East Coast time. All right.
So we're gonna say an hour and a half from now. So just because some people may have different. Our definition of salvation, which we had mentioned to GCon last week, I believe is found in Luke chapter 1 and verse 68. You can read it for you if you want. If you want to go there for the brother. And we believe that is the definition of salvation, because a lot of the times when we're reading throughout the New Testament, we see, you know, the word saved or salvation, but it's not really expounded on much. But that's okay, because we have other supportive texts to do so, and they go in great length to show you, even including the Old Testament prophets and linking up with the New Testament writings, what salvation is. So if you want to read that to him.
Right. The book of Luke, chapter 1, verse 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, when he has visited and redeemed his people, and has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers, and to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he swore unto our father Abraham, that he will grant unto us, that we being delivered out of the hands of our enemies might serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all the days of our life.
So salvation is described here, a certain people being delivered from their enemies and being partakers of that covenant, that ancient covenant that was promised to our father Abraham. You know, the Christian church has given you a picture of what salvation is, which I think many of us have come out of that and see that that's lies, hopefully. So yeah, that's in short, that's our definition.
All right, thank you, brothers. Once again, I wasn't trying to cut y'all. I just want to get clarity.
Yeah.
So who was talking before the question?
Right. Well, no, I was talking about, I did want to ask those brothers when y'all was reading verse 64, if I'm not mistaken. Who would you say are the Most High's people?
Well, according to the scripture, old and new, his people are Israel, which is seed of Jacob.
Is it not the ones that follow the law of the Most High?
All right, but no, let me ask you now, who was the law given to?
Hold on. I'm breaking up.
The law was given to Israel. What was the purpose of the law being given to Israel?
So when you say, is it not somebody who follows the law? When I read Leviticus chapter 25, verse, I'll start from 44. It says, both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathens that are round about you. Of them you shall buy bondmen and bondmaids.
Go ahead, brothers. I'm sorry.
Thanks. No problem. So when I read this text, it says both. This is concerning servitude. Who you can have as a bondman. Who can you rule over with rigor? Who can you not rule over with rigor? It describes the heathen, which are strangers, just like Israel can be called strangers. The thing is, the difference is the heathen that it mentions here are obviously dwelling amongst Israel, and they're obviously, I hope we'd all agree, they're all keeping the law. If anybody's going to dwell amongst Israel, they're going to be keeping the law. So the fact that it still calls them heathen and not Israelites, though they're keeping the law, shows you that not anybody who just keeps the law is automatically the Most High's people.
Hey, what you guys wanted to address something in Tobit? If you can do that. Address the things in Tobit, and also what we dealt with Romans chapter 9, and then we'll go from there because I know you wanted to address those things.
Okay, so you don't want to do questions right now?
Yeah, I these brothers might got some questions for you, but I really don't because I already know what
Yeah.
you got dealing with.
Well, if we can, yeah, if you want to revisit back to our topic, I mean, I would like for you to kind of go briefly re-explain what you were trying to bring out in Tobit, and then I will address it.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that cool?
Oh yeah, you got it, brother. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was saying that if you could quickly re-explain what you were bringing out last week in Tobit, just a brief explanation, and then I'll address that. Is that cool?
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So I think Elder, you might mute your mic. You got to know what's going on, but I muted it for you. Don't worry about it. So what I was dealing with was that Tobit chapter 13, I believe, and also Tobit chapter 2. Now Tobit 13, when it comes to the Gentiles,
yeah,
it was said, confess him before the Gentiles, you children of Israel, for he have scattered us among them. It says, there declare his greatness and extol him before all the living, for he is our Lord and he is the God, our Father forever. And so I use this scripture in reference verse 3 and 4, and also verse 11, when it says, many nations shall come from afar to the name of the Lord God with gifts in their hands, even gifts to the King of heaven. All generations shall praise thee with great joy. Cursed are all they which hate thee, and blessed shall all be which love thee forever. Rejoice and be glad for the children of the just, for they shall be gathered together, and shall bless the Lord of the just. Oh, blessed are they which love thee, for they shall rejoice in thy peace. Blessed are they which have been sorrowful for all thy scourges, for they shall rejoice for thee when they have seen all thy glory, and shall be glad forever. And so I was dealing with those scriptures in Tobit 13, and also in reference to also Tobit chapter 1 and 2 concerning Tobit keeping I don't know why we got on the subject of Tobit among the.
So I think the reason why you got on the subject of Tobit was because I was trying to explain the divorcement of the northern kingdom of Israel, and then you used Tobit to explain why they weren't divorced. Does that sound familiar?
I use Tobit to explain why
why northern you use it to explain why northern kingdom Israel was still in covenant, and you showed that Tobit was still going down to keep the feast, meaning he was still in covenant with the Lord.
Yeah, Tobit was when I used it to explain Tobit being in the land before he went to the captivity, being in covenant with the Lord, coming down to the south. And the reason why I use that is because I was showing the word Jew is being used is also synonymous with those who come back to the kingdom of Judah. So a northerner can be called a Jew just as well because he's coming back to the kingdom. So I showed to where Tobit as being a northerner, right? He's coming back to keep the covenant. I mean, to keep the things that we see of the land when he was up in the north before he was scattered off. And so Manasseh, Ephraim, and also a couple of other people was there with the Jews. It was also called Jews overall because they was from the kingdom of Judah. So that's why I was using that, because you guys was using the northern and the southern argument. And I was just showing that many northerners came back to the south, and Hezekiah was reaching out to the northerners up in the north during those times.
Right. All right, so yeah, I wanted to talk on that because again, we were short for time last week. But when you take a closer look at Tobit chapter 1, and maybe this is where the moderator can help, because I don't want anybody, I'd like to not be cut off, because I want to break down chapter 1 of Tobit, and then I would like to address what you said about Tobit chapter 13. So when you're dealing with Tobit chapter 1, I'll start from verse 1, and I'd like to break it down. The book of the words of Tobit, son of Tobiel, the son of Aniel, the son of Aduel, the son of Gabbael, of the seed of Asael, from the tribe of Naphtali, Naphtali, who in the time of Anamasar, king of the Assyrians, was led out of Tishbe, which is at the right hand of that city, which is called properly Naphtali, in Galilee above Asser. So verse 3 now, when it says, I, Tobit, have walked all the days of my life in the way of truth and justice, and I did many alms deeds to my brethren and my nation, who came with me to Nineveh into the land of the Assyrians. So he's explaining the captivity of being brought into the land of the Assyrians. Now, verse 4, and when I was in mine own country. So I want to pause on that phrase there, because you had said this to show, you made the distinction that when he said this, he was in the Assyrian captivity already, but it's not so. Verse 4 and verse 3, there's a separation. Now in verse 4, he's about to reminisce. He's about to remember the past of when he was in his own country, going down to keep the feast. From verse 1 and 3, he's explaining, it's his present tense, he's explaining the Assyrian captivity. Now verse 4 is a pause, it's a break from verses 1 through 3, and he's going to reminisce on what was going on. And when you read it, and when I was in mine own country in the land of Israel, being but young, all the tribe of Naphtali, my father, fell down from the house of Jerusalem. Now, when it says fell down from the house of Jerusalem, that is not talking about being led away by the Assyrians. That is being separated from the kingdom of Judah, the two separations, because now where was the temple to where they would do the sacrifices? That was with the kingdom of Judah. So he's not talking about the Assyrian invasion and captivity. I'll continue. Which was chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, that all the tribes should sacrifice there. So he's showing you why he says that, because there's where the sacrifices were. That's where the temple was, where the temple of the habitation of the Most High was consecrated and built for all ages. Now all the tribes which together revolted in the house of my father Naphtali sacrificed unto the heifer of Baal. At this time, if you want to go and say this is in the land of Assyrians, you can find this in Chronicles. Before the Assyrians came in and took them, Northern Kingdom was sacrificing, building more golden calves. So that, because this is just something we noticed, but we didn't get to bring out. I just want to show you and correct you that he right now, as he is speaking, he is not speaking about when he was captive with the Assyrians. He's talking about when he was young, back when the kingdoms were split, but not divorced yet. Verse 1 and 3, he's present talking about he is in the divorcement. Verse 4, continuing down, is not so. And I'll just continue reading a little bit more. But I alone went off into Jerusalem from Northern Kingdom at the feast, as King Hezekiah, as you brought out, which is true, told Manasseh and Ephraim to come down and do so. We agree. But they were not divorced yet at that time, and we're going to go through the prophets and explain when the divorcement happened. What was I? But I alone went off into Jerusalem at the feast, as it was ordained unto all the people of Israel, by an everlasting decree, having the first fruits and tenth of increase, which was first shorn. And them gave I at the altar to the priests, the children of Aaron. So again, that's just something we wanted to point out for you and show you. From verses 1 to 3, again, this is the Assyrian captivity going on. But now verse 4 is a break, it's a pause in the narrative, and now he's about to reminisce on what happened, right? And when he was, before the Assyrians came in. Because when the Assyrians had took them away, they were not allowed to now come in, and now they were divorced. And we're going to break it down with the prophets, but I'll let you, if you want to speak on that, I'll let you have your piece.
Yeah, so and I think that that's basically only thing that I was trying to establish there is that as far as when you look at the Northerners, the Northerners were still coming back down to the South to keep the pilgrimage days, or the days that they will come back to the land and keep the Passover and the atonement in those different days. And so they wasn't too far out of reach. And so then when we see that, as you say, Tobit, he went into captivity. Tobit was not, he couldn't come back to the land to keep it, you know what I'm saying? He was separated. He was out of there already. He on the day of Pentecost, he was actually mourning on that day, during the day of Pentecost, as you see when you read the scriptures. So my point is to say in that, and speaking on that, is that when Christ is coming, and he said that that both houses will fall, for a gin to those that are in the north, and for a snare and a gin to those that are in the south, and also for a stumbling block, which the builders rejected. That's to both houses. And so when he's coming back, both of these houses rejected him. And so the reason why I was making that point was to show that doing what a Jew would be, what a Jew would be. You know what I'm saying? A Jew would just not be a person who is from Benjamin or either Judah, because Benjamin is a Jew because he stayed with the kingdom of Judah. So he's called a Jew. I'm saying, because Paul is a Benjamite, but he's calling himself a Jew. So if a person attached themselves to those that are the kingdom of Judah, they are called Jews. And so that's why I was making the point to where when we start reading Romans chapter 9, when you see Jews there, don't think that this is talking about, oh, this is just a southern thing, even though it is a southern thing, but it's mainly talking about people who joined to the kingdom of Judah. And as I stated, I can show that there was Manassanites, there was Ephraim, Manasseh, there was also other Zebulon, other tribes that we see that was in Jerusalem, in that kingdom just as well, that came back down south. So that's what I was making that point for. So last week, that the Jew can be used, and I did that so we wouldn't be getting confused when we see Jew and just think, oh, this is just talking about Southerners, when in reality it's not.
All right, so I got you. But the thing, and now we're gonna go into Romans 9, 10, and 11 very soon. But to show you why that idea is not so, that a Jew can be any tribe if they come in. First of all, you said they came down.
Before you go, I just want to let y'all know that any other brothers that's on the panel, that you see something, that if I might say something wrong, or even the elders, or even the Yahweh War Machine, if y'all see something, y'all can also interject on that, because, you know what I'm saying, because I want to make sure they're active. I'm not just, saying anything, because last week I talked with you guys, and brothers wanted to talk with you guys, and I didn't let them on the panel last week. So this week, I was like, I might as well go and let these brothers in, because I ain't trying to be, a selfish guy. But
yeah, all right, cool. So as I was saying, that idea about the Jew is not Southern Kingdom is I don't really get that, because I don't see that in scripture, because when you read the very chapter, 1 Kings 11, that talks about the split, it tells you which tribes they would take. So it's not like the two other tribes, Benjamin and Levi, decided to cling to Judah, and now we've got Judah. It gives you the division of the tribe. And actually, we're going to go into, I didn't know you subscribed to the Apocrypha, so I'm glad you do, because I'm going to go on later on. I want to show you something in Second Esdras, which is very interesting. But now, to deal with the remnant coming back, you already stated and agreed that the remnant that came back happened before the Assyrian invasion and captivity, meaning, now, from our understanding of scripture, the divorcement of Northern Kingdom was at the invasion and departure of the Northern Kingdom with the Assyrians. That's what we stand on, and we're going to show that with the prophets why. But the tribe of Ephraim and Manasseh, after that had happened, you don't see them coming back. When you read the book of Ezra, you see which tribes came back, who was allowed to come back from the Babylonian captivity. So again, that point I don't really see in the scripture, but now I understand why you could think that with Romans. I mean, how you're going to tie that into Romans 9, maybe 10 and maybe 11, but that's what we wanted to also address. Quickly though, you did bring up Tobit 13, so we're going to go over that as well and address that, because we were looking into it, and we've seen some things maybe you had missed, and we'll start with Tobit 13 verse 1. It says, then Tobit wrote a prayer of rejoicing and said, blessed be the God that liveth forever, and blessed be his kingdom. For he does scourge and have mercy. He leadeth down to hell and bringeth up again. Neither is there any that can avoid his hand. Now it says, verse 3, confess him before the Gentiles, ye children of Israel, for he hath scattered us among them. So just to establish, he's talking about Israel being scattered among the Gentiles, right? Verse 4, there declare his greatness and extol him before all the living, for he is our Lord, and he is the God of our father forever. Verse 5 now, for he will scourge us of our iniquities and will have mercy again, and will gather us out of all nations among whom he has scattered us. So again, he's explaining the scattering of out of the Gentiles. So we're gonna, and to back that up, that's yeah, you go ahead.
It is Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11. And it shall come to pass in that day, the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros, from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the lands of the sea. And he shall set, he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble them out of the coast of Israel, and gather them together, disperse of Judah. From the four corners of the earth.
Right. So now, when you read that supportive text, it's not dealing with the other nations, it's not dealing with the Gentiles. Now, verse 6, I'm pretty sure you use verse 6 to show if you turn to him with your whole heart and with your whole mind and deal uprightly before him. You use that to show that this was now talking about the Gentiles. Is that correct?
You said I use verse 6?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure from my recollection, you use verse 6, which says, if you turn to him with your whole heart and with your whole mind and deal uprightly before him, then will he turn unto you and will not hide his face from you.
Yeah, let's talk about Israel.
Okay. So you agree that's talking about Israel?
Yes.
Okay, so now dealing with chapter 13, we don't see anywhere where there's going to be a gathering of the other nations. Extol him, if you want to use extol him before the Gentiles, we can go to the scripture in it's Isaiah chapter 12, the next chapter after 11, that explains when we're extolling, but the prophecy is still concerning the regathering of these two tribes. It's not, I don't really see where you're trying to show it towards the other nation.
Right. So before I respond to that, did any one of the brothers want to say anything?
Shout out to the brothers. This is Elder YARAH. I just want to say that I think I'll try to take a little segue here since he went into the book of Isaiah. YAHUCHANAN.
Hey, what's up, Ak?
Can you get for me, if you would please, Ak, Isaiah 49:6.
All right. Hold on.
Y'all let me know if we go too fast with this. Since we said
Isaiah 49:6.
Yeah, Isaiah 49:6.
Okay. It says, and he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth.
Okay. So when we see here in Isaiah 49:6, right, we see here that the Most High is basically saying here, like, you will do more than to restore the people of Israel to me. He says, I will make you a light to the Gentiles. So are you brothers are you brothers saying that Israel here and the Gentiles that are mentioned here these Gentiles are still Israelites or Jews?
The Gentiles in Tobit 13:3?
Yeah, the Gentiles in 13:3, as well as, I believe you brought up Isaiah 12. You mentioned Isaiah 12.
Yeah.
All right. Are those, when you're talking about Jews, Israelite, when you're talking about Israel, those in Judah and Gentiles, are you saying that the Gentiles are are Jews, or are they Israelites, or are they non-Israelites? I'm just trying to see what your understanding of Gentile is.
Yeah, Tobit 13:3, the Gentiles that mentioned, yeah, we agree that those are not Israelites. And now
Okay.
with dealing with Isaiah, we do agree that we are a light to the other nations. We don't, we don't dispute that. It's just the point is, I don't, maybe you weren't here for the last discussion, last week, but it was, does salvation or do the same promises now get applied to the other nations? Like, are they going to also be the head? Are they going to be the ruling nation as Israel is supposed to be? So we're trying to prove with scripture why that's not so. But when we are a light to the nations, when you're reading the scriptures, like for example, Zechariah 8:23, saying 10 men will take hold of the spirit of a Jew, saying we will come with you, right? It, to interpret that as now these nations are going to cling on to us, come with us to Jerusalem and start ruling with us. When the context of even Zechariah, you don't really see that. You see the other nations having to give homage, having to bow down, having to reverence us. The Syrophoenician woman having to accept she's a dog. Like, we don't see that same salvation for the Gentiles. You understand?
Okay, got it.
Right,
So,
hold on real quick, Elder, because I want to make sure that because it looks like you guys kind of changed, you guys trying to change stuff from last week. I want to make sure we clear here. I think that's why I think when it comes to the Gentiles and salvation, that we know who is these Gentiles, and I think that the brother said, "What is salvation?" Because really, not that a Gentile is not going to rule over Israel or this type of stuff. It really is the salvation that we see that's being offered in Isaiah 49:6. Is that salvation the same salvation that Israel is going to get?
Yeah. Sorry, what?
Is that salvation the same salvation in Isaiah 49:6, the same salvation that Israel going to get?
When you say same salvation, can you explain, like, maybe expound a
Like
little?
we know that salvation consists of not just being delivered from your enemies, but really a wholeness. And Christ he gives that. So for instance, when I say salvation, we know that the kingdom was supposed to be delivered up into Israel, right? And they was waiting for that kingdom, and it's supposed to be delivered up into Israel. Christ, when he came, he says, I have come that you might have life. And so when Christ died, they didn't see the kingdom getting delivered unto them, but they died. So my question is, was they saved? You know what I'm saying? And clearly, if that is the case and they was saved, then your definition of salvation is not whole. There must be something else besides being delivered from your enemies. You know what I'm saying? It has to be another definition of salvation.
All right.
Synonym.
Well, I'll let me answer that by asking you, do you believe there's going to be slavery in the kingdom?
I believe in 1,000-year reign that there will be servitude.
Who are going to be the servant?
Those nations that we see that come in, they will be taught how to serve and also how kingdom should be, how government should be.
Okay, perfect. So how is that the same salvation? How are they receiving the same salvation?
Because when a person died, right? When they died, Christ made it so a person can be before the Lord. In other words, when they died, you know what I'm saying, they went to a place to where, to be absent from the body wasn't to be present of the Lord at that time, until captivity was led on high. So according to the scriptures.
Now the Syrophoenician woman that was presented before Christ, why did she have to reverence herself as a dog? Why was she putting herself below us if it's the same salvation?
Right. So even if she reverenced herself as a dog, right, and we seen that she was given crumbs, she still was given something according to her faith. And even when we talk about the dogs of Acts chapter 10, we see that the four-footed beast that we the sheet was knit and that let down. He says that the spirit fell on those people as it fell on us, putting no difference between us and them when it comes to salvation and how to be justified.
All right, now when you're doing, I don't want to get off into another topic, but Acts 10, would you agree that is a prophecy fulfillment of Hosea 2:18?
What does Hosea 2:18 say?
I'm gonna read it to you.
And then I definitely wanted to let the elder go ahead and break.
Yeah, yeah. I just want to, because you brought up Acts 10. I don't want to get into a long, good topic, but just to, so Hosea 2:18 says, and in that day I will make a covenant for them with the beasts of the field and with the fowls of the heaven and with the creeping things of the ground. Sounds like Acts 10. And I will break the bow and the sword and the battle out of the earth and will smite them to lie down safely. Would you agree that Act 10 is like a fulfillment to that?
Somewhat. I wouldn't say fully, because we have seen that he has made a covenant with the beast in Genesis already, and with man. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, overall, everything needs to be covenant with, you know what I'm saying, as far as the creation that's groaning for the sons of man. So I would say somewhat, but not all the way.
But so I'm just confused, because if let's say Acts 10 is saying something, which I think we'd all agree, like the writers of the New Testament or the people in the New Testament that the writers write about, you would agree their understanding is going to come from the Torah, right?
Right, definitely. So what scripture was that again? And I'm gonna show you why.
Hosea 2:18.
Hosea 2:18. So let me show you why real quick. And Hosea 2:18. Now here where it says is it says at the top right here, it says, for I will take away the names of Balaam out of her mouth, and they shall no more be remembered by their name. And in that day I will make a covenant for them with the beast, right? A covenant for them with the beast of the field and with the fowls of heaven, with the creeping things of the ground, and I will break the bow and the sword and the battle out of the earth, will make them to lie down safely. And I will betroth thee unto me forever. Yea, I will betroth thee unto me in righteousness and judgment and in love and kindness and in mercy. So we see that there.
So who are these beasts of the field and fowls of the air?
Okay, so when you look at the beast here, right, I believe that the beast here is talking about beastster. You know what I'm saying? And at first I used to hold the position that it was talking about men, but then if you notice here, it says, and will make them to lie down safely, right?
Okay, but according to I know you believe that, but according to the context of Hosea 2, what is Hosea 2 dealing with?
When you say what is Hosea 2? I mean,
I know you said you believe it's the beast. I understand you believe that, but according to the context of Hosea chapter 2, what is the whole theme of Hosea 2?
Basically, the Israel, the idolatry, or them being idolaters, basically. But when you look at to prove,
is it all of Israel, or is it a certain kingdom?
It looked like it's the Israel up in the north that it looked like it's dealing with.
Okay, so if you agree with that, would you now agree that your interpretation of verse 18 of it being the animals, would you agree that is an eisegesis? You're dumping your opinion into the text?
No, because even if you said that it says, and in that day will I make a covenant for them with the. So when he says I will make a covenant with them, who is them there?
Them is the northern kingdom Israel, who he just said. Well, I mean, that's why I said what's the context. When you see the context, going back to chapter 1, you see exactly the theme of chapter 2. It's the restoration of those people who will now not be a people, who once had not, now they have not have any mercy. He is going to have mercy. And in the place they were called not my people, he's going to call them my people. That's the theme of what they you say now it's the animals, literally. That I just feel like that you're dumping your opinion into the text. Like the theme is not that at all.
And can you tell me what the theme of Acts chapter 10 is?
Right. So Acts 10 now, it's Peter seeing a vision, and he sees the unclean beast in the blanket, and he's told to rise, kill, and eat. Which I hope we can all agree we cannot eat unclean animals. But
right, I'm with you. Right, keep going.
Yeah, it's talking about men, and these men, these are the men that the prophets prophesied about that would now get redemption, mercy, and be called the people. They were once unclean. Remember when the disciples seen the woman, they said, we have no dealings, almost like it's an unclean beast. Like we don't deal with that. So these are those people. It's not, you can't literally take that as animals. Like, I mean, if you do,
No. Hold on.
die for the animals.
Let's just build logically real quick, because I'm with you, right? So, but logically, we know Peter walked with Mashiach, right?
Yeah.
Now, when they were walking and they were doing their thing, who were they witnessing to? Like, who were they spreading that gospel to?
Well, we have different. I'm not. I know this isn't a word you find in the Bible, but actually, I think it is dispensations of the gospel. Right? We have the gospel, the gospel of the kingdom, which is dealing with us.
Mm-hmm.
We have the gospel of the circumcision, the gospel of the uncircumcision. So at that time, when Christ is walking with his disciples, he's telling the unrepentant Jews, the Pharisees, the leaders, the men of Judah at the time, to repent because the kingdom is about to be at hand. When it says, remember John 1.
Now, wouldn't those people be considered Hellenistic?
No one said. I just want to continue this. So when John now is when you go to John 1, he says he was, or I forget if it was John 3. He was the voice crying out in the wilderness, quoting Isaiah 40. Right? He's showing you John is he is the one who's about to present the Mashiach, meaning the gospel of the kingdom is here. The man who is about to initiate it is here. So repent, bring forth fruits worthy of repentance, because it's coming. So, but he's not there. The idea of northern kingdom at that time is not even thought of, because when he asked them later on, remember the disciple says, where are you going that we can't come? Will you go to the dispersed amongst Israel and teach to the Gentiles? They were like, whoa, what do you mean? Like, that's not. And then Caiaphas had to prophesy that and make it known. That wasn't even in their mind at the time. Again, it's the gospel of the kingdom, which is the Pharisees, the scribes, those unrepentant, unregenerated men of Judah at that time.
Right. So, but they would have been considered like Gentiles or Hellenized Jews, right?
No.
What would they have been considered?
Well, I mean, they're Israelites. They're Jews.
But the Jews were the ones who were actually, we either see them being the ones who are keeping to what we would call oral tradition, or the ones who were actually, coming along with the ride, basically, with Mashiach, right? These would be the ones that we...
Say that again?
So basically, when we start to look through the Gospels especially, and then even when we move on throughout Paul's writings, we see a clear distinction between two sets of people. We see what we call the Hellenist or the Hellenized Jew, and then we see the ethnos, right? This ethnos is clearly talking about other nations, because it's even referred to like when we deal with the Gentiles of Rome and things of this nature. So I'm trying to understand, because your point basically is that these lost sheep that we know he came for, these would have been Hellenized Israelites, correct?
Yeah. Do you agree with that?
I agree. You have no contention with me that we see Helen in the Greek, especially when we're talking about certain type of Israelites. But we also see something called ethnos, and this becomes separate. And we know this because it's clearly talking about various nations. And so my concern is now when we get to Acts 10, this is why I brought it up, because when we get to Acts 10, Peter would have already been comfortable with the mission to go to those that were Hellenized.
No. And let me show you why. That's not, no. And here's why, because now I'm going to go to Acts chapter 2, verse 41.
No, I'm talking about back in the Gospels, though. I'm talking about during the times when Mashiach walked the earth. Who was he trying to Hellenize? Who was he?
You said that Acts 10 was his realization to go to the... Isn't that what you just said?
What I said was when Mashiach walked the earth with Peter, according to you and your logic, they're witnessing to the Hellenized Jew. Yes or no?
No.
Who are they witnessing to? Who's the lost sheep that he's witnessing to during the time of the Mashiach?
No, I never said he was witnessing. Peter, okay, so this is why I wanted to go here, because you brought up Acts 10. Acts 10 is Peter's realization that now the unclean people, the Hellenized Israelites, are now about to be let back in.
So then, like I said, then who are they?
I want to show you why.
Man, it's crazy.
Sorry?
Well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you're not specific. Either I'm not saying the question good enough, or I'm confused because you're talking about the separation between the northern.
Explain to me again what you're trying to say.
Well, because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So when you're talking about the separation between the northern and the southern kingdom, right? So now when we deal with, I guess who we would say would be the northern kingdom, who is now we consider to be the lost ones, right? Would you or would you not agree that they would have been considered?
Okay, yeah, northern kingdom is what we got Hellenized Israel. Now the Jews, Judea, right? We've got the scribes, the Pharisees, the chief priests, and all of them. They haven't necessarily lost their identity. There were like the uncircumcised one when you get into Maccabees, but we can discuss that like later on. But the point is, most of them knew. For example, Christ said, "You guys have the keys to the kingdom." If they were Hellenized, why would he tell them they have the keys to the kingdom? So they knew exactly who they were. They denied the Messiah. They missed their visitation. So for that, judgment was going to be upon them. But they weren't. I'm not saying they were the lost sheep. See what I'm saying? And there's many. I want to show so many scriptures to prove it, but you can go ahead and touch on that.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get an understanding of what your beliefs are, so that way when we start, when any other brothers, you know what I'm saying. So according to you, then, who were they witnessing to during the time of Christ? During the time that Christ,
who was witnessing to?
So like when you see him sending out the 70 disciples, and when he say I've only come for the lost sheep, what is he talking about?
Got you. Oh wait, sorry. Say that last part again.
Or like when he says, "I've only come for the lost sheep," who are these that he's talking about? Who are those that you believe he's speaking to?
The lost sheep that he has. The lost sheep. When he says, "I've only come for the lost sheep," he's establishing who he has come for. He came to his own, and his own received him not. But then he explains that he's only here for the lost sheep. So if you think he's coming for any other nation, what he's trying to say is that's not so. I'm here for my people. I came to my own kingdom of Judah, but I've been sent to regather the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Now the ministry, I have to express this. The ministry that Peter had is different from what Paul had. And I want to read a verse for you. This is Acts chapter 2. Give me verse 38, 39. And yeah, go ahead.
Right. Then Peter said unto them, repent, be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Christ, for the remission of sins, and ye shall receive the gift of the Holy Ghost.
So we're all familiar with this script, repent, be baptized, etc. We've heard it a lot in Christianity. But now watch verse 39 carefully. Go ahead.
For the promise is unto you.
Unto who? Unto you. Go ahead.
And to your children.
Right.
And to all that are far off.
Right.
Even as many as the Lord our God shall call.
So now, when he says the promise is unto you and to your children, I'm going to give a supportive text, a precept. Is Galatians chapter 2, verse 7. This is Paul speaking. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, Paul, as the gospel of the circumcision was committed to Peter. So when Peter is saying the promise is unto you and your children, he is talking to the circumcision. Now the circumcision is the kingdom of Judah, the ones who were not Hellenized and scattered into the other nations. They were still dealing. They were the oracles. They had the covenants. They had the law, as Romans 9 verses 3 through 4 and 5 explain, and we're going to get to that. These are those Jews now. That's who Peter and the disciples, the apostles, are witnessing to. By the time you get to Paul, as he says in Galatians 2:7, his ministry is different. That is to the uncircumcision. Now he's about to deal with these scattered Israelites.
Can I say something for a second? Because this is with Acts 2:39. Now, we do admit that when Peter is speaking, right, he is speaking to Jews who came from Parthian, the Elamites from Mesopotamia, Cappadocia, Libya, places like that. You do agree, right?
Right.
Now, who are the proselyto? Because we see here it says the proselytes were there as well.
Exactly. Thank you.
So now, who are the proselyto that Peter is actually, not Peter, yeah, Peter is actually speaking to?
Yeah. So right. So now that's why I mentioned Maccabees, because in Maccabees we do have those Jews that now have lost their identity, they were forced to not keep the law and the custom of circumcision. That is also being witnessed to. But ultimately, when you're dealing with the uncircumcised, Paul's ministry in particular, he is going to those scattered Israelites. And I want to show you like all the scriptures that support this.
Before you go there, now, if you got it, I don't know if you're familiar with the Greek language. A Jew who is basically been going to Greek culture is called a Hellenista. Now, a proselyto, let me read you the definition. It means to come near, a stranger, foreigner, one who comes from his own people to another. This also applied to strangers or foreigners who come to dwell among the Jews and embrace their religion.
Okay.
This is the Greek definition of proselyto.
All right, that's fine. And I explained to you, the realization of the northern kingdom was not realized until Acts 10, where Peter got that vision and seeing what was about to happen. So I understand what it's saying, but when you're dealing with the plain sense of the text, including Maccabees, we see that there are Jews who were still keeping the custom. There were some Jews that were forced to, but ultimately the two ministries here, one is to, again, northern kingdom, one is dealing with the Jews that were already in that area. Paul is going to them, the scattered ones, way far out.
Okay, so I got one more thing. Do you know what the Greek word alufiolos is?
No, I don't.
Okay, aluf, this is another word, and this was the word that described Cornelius. It means a Gentile, one of another nation. Here's another definition from the New Word Study.
Mm-hmm.
It is not a Jew, a tribe or race, not a Jew, one from another race or nation. This is describing Cornelius. So he's not being called a Hellenista. He's not being called a proselyte. This is actually saying that this man is actually a whole nother race. I don't even know if you have a screen because I would share it and let you see exactly what I'm looking at.
I can see.
Okay, you can? Okay, I can share my screen, Laurent.
But quickly, let me ask you a question. Would you agree that Northern Kingdom are called by other nations?
No, because if we go to Luke chapter, let me tell you, if we go to Luke chapter 2, if you can go there, Laurent, verses 36 through 38, the Northern Kingdom still kept their name as we look at the prophetess and the prophetess.
What?
When we go to Luke chapter 2, verses 36 through 38, we see Anna, the prophetess. She is not from the Southern Kingdom. She's from the Northern Kingdom. Do you have that pulled up, Laurent? And look at this. She's from the tribe of Asher. And they let you know distinctly what tribe she is from. So they still would be identified by their tribes. Even when we go to Revelation chapter 7 and we go to Revelation chapter 4, we see them being called specifically by their tribes.
You guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Yeah, we see it.
My screen. So if you look at it here, it says Luke 2 and 36. It says, and there was Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Phinehas of the tribe of Asher. She was of a great age and had lived with an husband 7 years from her virginity.
So what's your point?
You asked me about the identification of people of the Northern tribe. What would they be called? They still would be called by their tribe.
Okay, so all right. So what I was trying to say was, you said that Northern Kingdom is never referred to as another nation. Can you explain Ezekiel 37 and 22 that says we are two separate nations?
Can you go there, Jikan?
Right. What again?
Ezekiel 37 and verse 22.
So 37 or 27?
37 verse 22.
All right, so if you look at it, it says, and I will make of them one nation and a land upon the mountains of Israel, and one king should be king to them all, and there should be no more two nations, neither should they be divided into two kingdoms anymore at all.
Right. This
Right.
is talking about the northern and southern kingdom.
Right
That
now,
they're
so
gonna
the
become one
nation,
kingdom.
when it's calling them nations, the northern kingdom specifically, it says he was going to gather them from among the heathen. Now, when it says gather them from among the heathen, whatever country they are scattered to, those and partaking of those customs, that's what it calls them. It calls them by those nations, and calls them, and it, right here it calls them of another nation, not part of Judah, as you guys are trying to say. So I'm not sure. Can you explain that? Like,
Now, repeat what you said. I'm sorry.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, okay, one second. Let me go to. I'm gonna go to John 11 and verse 40. So now, the nation, it's calling Israel, meaning Northern Kingdom, by not Israelites, but by Gentiles or nation. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree. Hold on, let's go back up before. And what verse to start off? You said Ezekiel what? 37 and what?
Ezekiel 37 and verse 22, starting from verse 21, and then I want to give a precept in John 11.
Okay. No, he said Ezekiel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said
I was
Ezekiel
trying to go to
37.
that Alfulo. So, did you tell me to go to what is it? Ezekiel 37 and
37, 21, 22.
all right, 21, 22. So it says, and he said it to them, thus said the Lord God, behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen, whither they be gone, and will
Right.
gather them on every side and bring them into their own land. And I will make of them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel, and one king should be king to them all, and they shall no more have two nations, neither shall there be divided into two kings anymore at all.
Right. Now, I want to explain what you have John 11 ready. All right. So now the point was, you're trying to say it says Cornelius is of another nation, but the Bible calls Northern Kingdom another nation. So when you use that argument to say Cornelius was a Russian or whatever, and say he's a non-Israelite, the argument, it doesn't really hold much weight, because Israel themselves are called by other nations. It says they are another nation. You want to get that precept there.
So
Right.
before you go to that precept, then why did the Jews in his city not recognize him as a lost Jew?
That can be easily explained, but we're just gonna quote the scripture quickly.
All right, John 11:48. If we let him thus alone,
Right.
all men will believe on him,
Uh-huh.
and the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
Okay.
And one of them named Caiaphas, being the high priest, that same year said unto them, ye know nothing at all, nor consider that it is expedient for us that one man should die for the people, and that the whole nation perish not.
So we're gonna pause for a second. He's calling themselves one nation. Keep going.
And this spake he not of himself, but being the high priest that year, he prophesied that Christ should die for that nation.
That nation
And
is
not-
one nation.
And not for that nation only,
Not for that nation only.
but that also he should gather together in one the children of God that were scattered abroad.
So these are children of God, the Israelites that were scattered abroad. Keep going.
Then from that day forth, they took counsel together to put him to death.
Oh, sorry. Give me John 35, 7:35. You got it? Yeah, go ahead.
Then Christ said unto him, yet a little while is the light with you.
John 7:35. John 7:35. All right, so it says, then said the Jews among themselves, whither will he go, that we shall not find him? Will he go unto the dispersed among the Gentiles? Right? So he's calling them, Gentiles means of another nation too. Will he go among dispersed among the Gentile, meaning the dispersed Israelites among them? And then it says, will he teach them? The Gentiles, meaning those people, they're called another nation. So again, according to the scripture, the biblical language, your argument to say Cornelius was another nation therefore he's a Italian Israelite. That just doesn't hold weight. Israelites are called by another nation.
Right. And so where your problem come in at is with that text and also with this one, because you just kind of cut yourself and then realize it. You went to a scripture in Ezekiel 37 explaining to where we have two nations there that he's going to bring back together at the end. But what you didn't take in consideration was Acts chapter 10 and 35. Look at 34, what it says. It says, then Peter opened his mouth and said, of a truth I perceive that God is no respecter of person, but in every nation he that feareth him and work of righteousness is accepted with him. So if you're saying that, if you see that this text clearly states, and you just said that there's two nations, he's going to bring them back together, the two kingdoms, then this says right here, but in every nation he that feareth him and work of righteousness is accepted with him. And to counter that too, also you want to look at 1 Kings chapter 8, and then I'm gonna let y'all get it, but I want to make sure I bring these
To deal with one point at a time.
Right, I understand that, but you just brought out like 2 or 3 scriptures, so let me grab this second one right here, because
sorry. Let me explain. We brought up 2 or 3 scriptures to prove one point. We're not
right,
bringing
that's what I'm doing. Point. That's exactly what I'm doing, bro. I ain't finished yet. You ain't even heard the whole matter. All right, cool. So to prove that, to reference that scripture right there, when it says one that feareth God from another nation, right, from every nation, look what it says, and I'm pretty sure Israel doesn't consist of every nation. This is 1 Kings 8. Let's go down and let's look at the, I want to say 40. 40 says 41. It says, moreover, concerning the stranger, watch what this says, that is not of thy people Israel, right, but cometh out from a far country for his name's sake. Look what it says. For they shall hear of thy great name, and of thy strong hand, and of thy stretched out arm, Rahab being one of them, when he shall come and pray toward this house. It says, hear thou in heaven, in thy dwelling place, and do according to all that the stranger calleth thee for, that all people of the earth may know thy name, to fear thee, and as do thy people Israel, and that they may know that this house which I have built is called by my name. Let's go back right to the scripture where I read to you in Acts chapter 10.
Yeah, let's go there.
Let's go right back there. Acts 10 and what was it? 24 or
no, it's 35.
35. Look what it says. It says, but in every nation he that feareth him and work of righteousness is accepted with him. Oh, it was 37. It was it 35? Oh, okay, yeah, it was 34 to 35. Then Peter opened his mouth and said, I perceive of truth that God is no respecter of person, but in every nation he that feareth him and work of righteousness is accepted with him. So those are 2 scriptures that you have to look at and explain when it says every nation, and also when you go to 1 Kings about those people that are not his people, and that all the earth may know, all the people of the earth. Go ahead.
Brother, before you go to the scripture, can you continue down to verse 36 in Acts 10?
Yeah.
It says, the word which God sent unto the children of Israel, preaching peace. Now, notice it says the word God sent to the children of Israel, not just talking about the Southerners, because the whole house was lost. The word which God sent to the children of Israel.
Brother, read verse 35 again, and then read through 36.
Okay, cool. But in every nation, he that feareth him and work of righteousness is accepted with him. It says the word which God sent unto the children of Israel, preaching peace by Jesus Christ, he is Lord of all. That word I say, let's read 37. That word I say, ye know, which was published throughout all Judea and began from Galilee after the baptism was preached, which John preached. How did God anointed Jesus of Nazareth with the Holy Ghost and with power, who went about doing good and healing all that were oppressed of the devil.
All right, brother. You just cut yourself, because verse 36, it tells you what nations verse 35 was talking
So
All right, man. Let's quit playing and let's just go to Acts 13.
And not
it
only
doesn't,
that,
hold on,
One at a time, gentlemen. One at a time.
okay, cool. It doesn't. I don't know how you say I cut myself, because when you read 37, right, and 38, it's still not proving your point. It's just telling you that the word that was preached unto Israel is the same word that he's bringing unto the Gentiles, non-Israelites. I don't know how that. How would you thought you got something from that?
all right, okay, that's cool. Let me address, because that shit usually verses are missed as you do. I mean, as people do miss them sometimes. That's cool, but you now to explain Acts 10:35, you said, what does it say? It says, in every nation, right? Now, when you go to Deuteronomy 28 and 25, it says, the Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go one way against them and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all kingdoms of the earth. So your every nation argument, again, according to scripture, doesn't hold weight. We were going to be scattered into all nations. Not only that, to explain 2 Kings chapter 8, that verse, this is a future prophecy when Israel is going to be regathered and the nations that would come up with them that wanted to hear their name. But check out Ezra chapter 2 and verse 36, 64. The whole congregation together was 42,303 score, besides their servants and their maids, of whom there were 7,337, and there was among them 200 singing men and singing women. So these nations that came out from among where the nations were scattered. So yeah, there's some feedback.
So somebody got some feedback. They might need to mute their mic. I don't know who it is. It might be you, Elder YARAH. You probably got it on.
Yeah, let me check it out. I get it. Come with me.
Elder YARAH, I definitely know he want to say something. That's why he got it off of mic. So we'll let him.
I'll just go back to what I was trying to say. Maybe it got missed by the bag. But the argument about all nations, according to prophecy, we would be scattered to all nations. Deuteronomy 28:25. 1 Kings 8. This is a future prophecy after slavery. Now check this out carefully. In Ezra chapter 2, verse 64, the nation of Israel came out of Babylon with servants and handmaids, which is that is back to Isaiah chapter 14 and 1 and 2, which is the same theme. Every time we come out of Babylon, out of slavery, we would bring with us the cleaving Gentiles. Nothing wrong with that. But to say now, these people, again, we're not saying they can't come up and worship and reverence us, reverence our King, but to use that and say they're going to receive the same blessing, same salvation, when they were removed with us out of that. Sorry, I don't think all the mics are muted. Keep hearing feedback. Yeah. So now the nations that came out with them with the Babylonian captivity, there was about 7,337 of them, servants and handmaids. Doesn't say equal with Israel, it says servants and handmaids. If they're going to come up and hear the great name of the Most High, that's perfect. That doesn't mean that these guys are equal partakers of the covenant. You'd have to explain to me, if you want to use that logic, you'd have to explain to me Obadiah 1:18 that says, of the seed of Esau, there would be none remaining. Is he going to go back on his word now? Because it said there'd be none remaining. If they're going to be equal partakers and sharers of this covenant, why is their seed going to be wiped out for what they have done?
Right.
We know he does not go back on his word.
Right.
Man, y'all, I just need like 3 minutes, bro.
All right, well, go ahead. Let me let the brother get it. Go ahead, brother.
I just want to be real quick.
Go ahead, Anonymous. You got it, brother.
My fault. I had to handle something real quick. It's because I just want to get kind of to the bottom of it, because it's kind of like we kind of like on the surface and kind of skirting around it. If we can go to Acts 13, and kind of let's just keep it quiet, all right? Go to Acts 13 and just, we kind of surmise this up and see where everybody at with this, just in terms of just being honest with what we see in the scripture. Because we could deal with Paul and what his mission is. He's clearly sent to the Gentiles, and when we deal with that Gentiles, that word is ethnos. But if we just being honest and we go to Acts 13:46. Let's just start at Acts 13:46. And I'll read it. Then Paul and Barnabas waxed bold and said it was necessary that the word of God should first have been spoken to you. But seeing you put it from you and judge yourselves unworthy of everlasting life, lo, we turn to the Gentiles. That word there for Gentiles is ethnos. You can go and research it if you want. So then when we get to 47, it says, for so hath the Lord commanded us, saying, I have set thee to be a light of the Gentiles, and that thou shouldest be for salvation until the end of the earth. And then this is 48. And when the Gentiles heard this, they were glad and glorified the word of the Lord. And as many as were ordained to eternal life believed. So we clearly see these Gentiles, these ethnos. This is not Helen. This is people of the nations. That this salvation should be extended to them, and they rejoiced. So, and we see the same type of concept in Acts 28, but I'm not going to run. I don't want to jump throughout the scripts. If we can just deal with that right there, explain how these Gentiles, who we all have agreed up until this point, when it's talking about ethnos, and I can go and give y'all precepts for that. When it's talking about the ethnos, we know that this is talking about the other nations. How is it that these Gentiles, who are the other nations, are now rejoicing because salvation has come to them?
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say back up to verse 45, but secondly, they're rejoicing because salvation has come to them, because they were once not a people, once have not obtained mercy, but now have obtained mercy. And where it was said they would be called not my people, they are now the Lord's people by the blood of the Messiah and what he has done reconciling two nations.
Whoa. So that's not true Gentiles then? This is Hellenistic Jews? That's what you're saying?
That's why I said to you to back up to verse 45, but it says, but when the Jews saw the multitude, they were filled with envy against those. And actually, let's go to Romans 11. I'm going to continue this, because when it says that, but when the Jews saw the multitudes, they were filled with envy. Keep in mind that word. And spake against those things which were spoken by Paul, contradicting and blaspheming. Let's go to Romans 11, and we're going to break this down.
Whoa. Time out. Look, before we jump, let's deal with context then. So these Jews see him going to the Gentiles, correct?
Yeah.
And then, so what do? They start yelling, contradicting, and blaspheming. They start getting mad at Paul. But then what do Paul and Barnabas do? They come and clear up the matter and let them know that because others have rejected it, this salvation, and this is what I want to deal with. While I got appreciation for 45, it still makes the point in 46 that these Gentiles are now recipients of everlasting life. And then when we go down to, I want to say, is it 47? Where it clearly shows that this is salvation. And we know that it's salvation because these Gentiles then rejoice. So I either need for you to show me that these Gentiles here are Hellenistic Jews, which the word, if it was that, they would have said Helen, or explain to me how the ethnos receiving salvation is not what I'm reading here. And not trying to like be rude, but we kind of got to deal specifically with what we see right here, because if we deal specifically, he's saying the ethnos or the nations now have access to eternal life or salvation. So please explain to me where I'm off.
Yeah, so Romans 11 verse 9.
All right. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. Wherever they fall, salvation has come unto the Gentiles to provoke them to jealousy.
Right, provoke them to jealousy. Go ahead.
And now this ties back to when Moses says, I'll provoke you to jealousy with another nation. Right?
Right. So now when it says the Jews here, they got jealous. The Romans 11:11 prophecy is concerning when Hosea said that he was going to let me just go real quick. He was going to provoke them to jealousy with a people that were not my people. And who was that? That's Isaiah 7. That's Ephraim being called not a people. That's Hosea 1:6. As Israel will have no mercy, he will utterly take them away and will call them not my people. I mean, with your interpretation, the prophets lied, straight up lied, because when the prophets are dealing with two kingdoms, saying there's going to be restoration of the two kingdoms, then you go and run to the New Testament and try to make it seem like the prophets are lying. The prophets didn't have in the mind of the other nations like that.
Okay, so now you're saying
I didn't cut you off.
no, but you're basically saying I'm lying. So I need you to explain ethnos.
I want to finish my statement. So now
I just need you to
Let
explain
the
my
brothers
question.
finish first, then get them. Let the brothers finish first, then go ahead and correct whatever you need to correct.
Thanks. So the prophets have in mind the restoration of the two houses of Israel, especially Hosea 1 and 2, which Romans 11 and the various texts we have showed you are quoting. So when you use the New Testament to say, no, the prophets have something else in mind, that you're making the prophets out to be liars, is what you're doing.
I appreciate that. I would never make our prophets out to be liars. I love our prophets. I love everything that they brought to us. My simple question, once again, is by that respect, then I need for you to explain why these writers throughout the New Testament are making a clear distinction between what we would call Hellen or Hellenistic Jews and then what we would call the ethnos. Because when we look in this, and I know it's frustrating to you, bro, but I asked you to specifically help me out with the ethnos situation. Because when we read Acts 13, we're clearly dealing with ethnos. But even if we go back to, like, I want to say it's John 7, I think you went to 35. I think when we deal with that, we clearly do see Helen. So my concern becomes where I agree with my brother, who are the brothers of the sword, right? I agree with y'all that when we look at Helen, we are dealing with what we see in the Apocrypha of this Hellenistic, quote unquote, Jew. But when we start dealing with this ethnos throughout the New Testament, they're pointing towards people like the Romans and these actual physical Greeks. They're pointing to the people who are of the nations. So when we clearly see a distinction, like maybe I'm retarded, bro, whatever it is, but if you can break down why in Acts 13 it's clearly saying that they're dealing with the ethnos and not the Hellen.
All right. Okay. Cool. So when we're dealing with meanings of word, yes, we do recognize that different words have meanings. But I always say this, and I would say this is something that today's scholars would agree on, that the plain sense of the text it overpowers the etymology meaning. If the meaning of the word says something that the plain sense of the text is not conveying the same message, then you have to go with what the text is saying. So when you're using words like Helen and ethnos, some Jews, as I said in Maccabees, who were they had stopped partaking of Hebrew customs, I'll say, they would be, yes, considered forsaking their own ways, yet still dwelling in that land, maybe the areas outside. But now there are some that were not. So when you see these words being used simultaneously in different times, I mean, it doesn't mean like it can't throw out the whole context, the whole message of the plain sense of the text, which again is the restoration of the two houses of Israel. Now I want to say this before I want to continue answering, because to bring up the Isaiah prophecy that it quotes. You can give me Isaiah 60 and start from verse 11. Again, the message, the hope of Israel is the restoration of the kingdom of Israel. That is the whole point. And if you, check for example, Acts chapter 1, verse 6. The Messiah is about to rise and ascend up into heaven. If you see the Messiah, he's about to leave, you have one question to ask him. You can think of a million things. All these different things about yourself you're going to ask him. But what did they ask him? They said, when will you restore the kingdom to Israel? That is the hope of salvation. It's the restoration of the two houses of Israel. That's what the apostles asked him. They weren't concerned, when are we going to get to mix in with the Gentiles? When are we going to get to, get drunk on your blood and forsake the law? That's not what they're saying. When is the restoration of Israel? That is the whole theme of the prophets and the writings in the New Testament. Now, when you use Isaiah chapter 49, verse 6, I believe to say, a light to the Gentiles, again, we're not disputing the fact that we are a light to the nations. They're going to see us and see the Most High is rolling with us. But it doesn't change or neglect their position and their role. They are, and we're going to get that in Isaiah 6.
So just so I'm clear then, so the ethnos, in your opinion, would also be Hellenized Jews? those would be those that would have started off being Israelites, and then because of slavery and all of the bondage, that's what it caused them to fall astray.
Yeah, it could be a bit of both. Now we'll get back to that, and I really want to deal with Romans 11, but we're gonna deal with some of these prophecies now, which you said, I believe you that the prophets are not liars, so we're just gonna see some of the things the prophets have said.
All right, this is Isaiah 60, verse 11. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought.
Right. So the forces, meaning the goods, the stuff, the power of the Gentiles, the kings bringing stuff. Go ahead.
For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish.
Shall perish.
Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
These nations. It says these nations will be utterly wasted if they don't come and serve us. Keep going.
The glory of Lebanon shall come unto thee,
right?
The fir tree, the pine tree, and the box altogether, to beautify the place of my sanctuary.
Right.
And I'll make the place of my feet glorious. The sons of them also that afflicted thee.
The sons of them, these Gentiles that have put us into slavery, abused us, and afflicted us. Go ahead.
Shall come bending unto thee, and all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet.
So let me get this straight. The prophet said these nations, the remnant of them that are saved, the remnant that accept who they are, come and receive, we'll say, salvation for your sake. They're going to come and bow themselves at the soles of our feet. The point is, again, we explained to G-Con, the point is, it is not the same salvation. It's not the same ranking at all, by far. So keep going.
And they shall call thee the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel.
Right. So they have to bow down, humble themselves, acknowledge who they are, like the Syrophoenician woman at the well. Let's go to
bro, before you guys do that, because you guys are kind of getting a lot of time, and you guys are jetting out at 9:30, and it's 9:09.
Okay, sorry, bro.
Can you allow some other brothers to really speak up?
Yeah, I'll turn it over to the rest of the brothers. Y'all got it, man. It's a lot. I felt like, brothers, if I could build with y'all later, because it's a lot of questions that, I'll just build with y'all later. It's a lot of questions I would like to deal with y'all. Appreciate you.
Right. Peace to you. If the panel was open, I would like to address the brothers. I know they still had things on the table.
Go ahead.
But since the time is going short, so would you brothers agree that the Mashiach says that everything that he spoke, you can hang it upon the laws, and you can hang it upon the law and the prophets?
Is that for us?
Yes. That the Mashiach, when he spoke in the scriptures, that he said that everything that he spoke, you can hang it up. Everything that he taught, you can hang it upon the law and the prophets.
Wait, sir, can you give me the intention of the question, because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Okay, that when the Mashiach spoke, that he was in line with the law, with the Torah, as well as with the teaching of the prophets.
He was in line, yes.
Yes. Okay. So can we go, G-Con, can you bring up John 10 and 16 for me? I want to get that on the screen. And then I'll just have one other verse after this. In John 10 and 16 here, we're going to see what the Mashiach spoke. And so we know, the brothers, we're in agreement that the Mashiach, that he was in line with the Torah as well as with the teachings of the prophets. And so we're going to see what he says.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I see my screen?
Okay.
Not yet. So I'm going to give it a second. It's still trying to come up.
Yeah, hold on. Resume share. For some reason, not letting me. Hold on. Let me see something. Let me do a new share. Go here and then. Okay, there it is.
Okay. John 10 and 16 says this. And other sheep, this is the letters are read, so we know that this is the Mashiach speaking here. He says, let me start at verse 15. John 10 and 15. He says, as the Father knoweth me, even so know I the Father, and I lay down my life for the sheep. And other sheep I have, which are not of this fold, them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd, right? And so what I want to bring out to you, brothers, is that let's look at when the Mashiach speaking here, we clearly understand that he's not only speaking of Israel, but he also mentions that there are other sheep which are not of this fold. So I want to take you into the understanding of that word fold there, right? Because that's very important to this text, right?
All right. So can you give me your exegete of that passage?
Okay, well, we're hearing that Christ first comes to the house of Israel. Salvation is being brought to the house of Israel.
In the house of who?
The house of Israel.
All 12 tribes?
Not all 12 tribes, because we know Dan is not mentioned in Revelation, so it can't be all 12 tribes.
Oh,
but he's talking about those he's bringing salvation.
You mean to the two kingdoms?
To the two kingdoms. If you want to say the two kingdoms, that's fine.
Okay.
To the two kingdoms. I would agree with that. So to the two kingdoms here he's speaking of, but he also makes a distinction between the two kingdoms and another group of people, because he says, which are not of this fold, right? Okay. And so let's look at that word fold there, right? And so when we go into, I'm going to bring out that word fold there, that word there, in the Strongs, if you be so kind as to let me share that from the Strongs, it's 833, and it's called, and the word is aules, or AULES, right? Mm-hmm. And we're going to see what that word is there. In the Strongs in the Greek, that's 833. So that word there is a courtyard, or a court, right? Or a courtyard, a courtyard, forecourt, sheepfold. But it may be understood as palace or house, right? Now, this is why this is very important. Let's go to Revelations 11, G-Con.
Is there any way you can enlarge that screen?
Right. So let me know if you brothers can read it. So we had Revelations chapter 11, and I want to read verses. I'm just going to read verse 2. Actually, I'll read verse 1 and 2. It says, and there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But listen to what verse 2 says. Now remember, we're talking about this fold, right? We just saw what the word fold was in the Greek. It's alu or ale, right? And it's talking about an open court or a forecourt or a courtyard. It says, but the court which is without the temple, right, leave out and measure it not. For what? It is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread under thy foot for 42 months, right? It says, and I will give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before God and of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth. So again, what do you brothers see when Christ is talking, when the Mashiach is talking about in John 16, when he's talking about other sheep that are not of his fold? Who is that? Who would you identify as that other fold? And would you talk about that other fold of those Gentiles that we see here in Revelations 11 and 2? If you understand my question.
Hey, brother, where you getting that definition from?
I went to it in the Greek,
okay.
Right? In the Strongs, 833.
In both the Strongs and the Blue Letter, the word there is actually flock.
It is G4166.
It's flock. Also, what does it say? Does it say courtyard there or forecourt as well?
No.
Not at all?
No, I don't see it here. G4166. No.
G-Con, can you hit on that fold right there? Because I see it over there where it says your vine words. You see it over there, G-Con? Where it says 833?
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
See you. Real quick, folks. So let's try and wrap this part up, because because we got somebody here, the Orthodox Moor, that wants to address 2 verses.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna make this real quick.
67:2 and Isaiah 49:6. So I'm just letting you guys know to try to go ahead and wrap this up so we can get him in here.
All right, no problem. Real quick. So G-Con, and your Greek Strong's number, that 833 there, is that fold, that word fold there?
That's that word fold, yeah.
Is that, does it say courtyard or hall or place?
It says courtyard. Yeah, it says courtyard, fold, hall, or palace.
Or
What's
palace.
the Strong's number?
It's 833. Can y'all see it on the screen? It's right on the screen. Can they
Yeah,
see
I can see it. I can see it clearly.
Yeah, I see it clear as day, G-Con.
Could you check in the blue letter?
Yeah, it's
what does all right, listen, bro, we can't check the blue letter. It's right here on the screen. It's the Strong's number 833, bro.
Right. And so when we read 11, my point is when you read 11, Revelations 11 and 2, and it says that the Gentiles, right, are to be given what? Their courtyard. Right? Who do you think, who are those Gentiles?
Well, the Gentiles, again, the sheep that are not of this fold, that is obvious that this is, again, the sheep that were scattered and cast off, the outcasts of Israel. I would relate this to the, let me ask you a quick question. What do you think, are you familiar about the parable of the prodigal son, the lost son?
Yeah, I can, but I want you to address who are those Gentiles in Revelations 11 and 2.
Well, first of all, in Revelation, it's Revelation, from my understanding, is it's not only is it prophecy, it's a, I want to say conclusion, or it's a wrap up of what has just been established by Christ. What did he just establish? What, because that's, I believe in what's called eschatology. As far as eschatology, I believe in what's called covenant eschatology a little bit. And what you see is it's not necessarily like when it says like if you're going to interpret that as a future prophecy and that's now all these other nations are coming in, I don't see it like that. I see the culmination of what Christ has done in his work is he has gathered 2 kingdoms. Now these Gentiles who were once in the outer courts have been allowed back in. Now I brought up the parable of the lost son because, and it's not to get off topic, it's actually to relate to that. Who would you say that lost son is? Like what is the parable about?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but again, when we're reading John 10 and 16, he clearly makes the distinctions, as you said, between the 2 kingdoms, and then there are those who are not of that fold. So who would those be who would be not of that fold of the 2 kingdoms?
I don't see that word. Say that again.
In John 10 and 16, and then I'm gonna give it up so more can jump in. John 10 and 16.
Brother, are you aware that that Christ is quoting Ezekiel 37?
Yeah, but he's still talking about, as your brother stated, he's talking specifically again to the 2 kingdoms, but then he makes a distinction that there are those who are not of this fold.
No, I never said he's talking to the 2 kingdoms here.
Okay, you never said that. Okay, so who is he addressing in John 10 and 16?
Well, he says he came to his own and his own received him not. Who is
right?
That?
Who is his own? Is that all of Israel or a portion of the 2 kingdoms?
That's not the 2 kingdoms. That's southern kingdom.
Just the southern kingdom alone. So you're saying he's only talking about, so when he says there are others who are not of this fold, you're saying that those Gentiles are the northern kingdom that was scattered abroad.
Yes, because those Gentiles were not even considered Israelites or their brothers at the time.
So how do you make that make sense in Revelations 11 and 2? And why would they be separated out with a separate courtyard? Because you're saying that the northern kingdoms, they would not have the same salvation as those in the south.
11 and 2?
By that logic, right, Revelations 11 and 2. Because if you're saying it's talking about the northern kingdoms, then the scriptures Revelations 11 and 2 says that courtyard has to be separated out. So why would the northern kingdom be separated out from the southern kingdom in the new kingdom? Why would that even make sense?
No, because maybe our understanding is of Revelation 11. My understanding of Revelation 11 is, well, tell me, what do you say? Sorry, what do you say?
Are you saying that the Gentiles that's mentioned in Revelation 11 and 2, that those are the northern tribes that were scattered abroad? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I'll
Can you?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry. So I'm gonna read a scripture from because I think we all agree in the book of sorry, you guys believe in the Apocrypha. GIDEON has been using it. I didn't know he believed in it, so I'm gonna go to a scripture. This is 2nd Esdras.
Yeah. And after he's asked, I'm done. You can somebody else can take it. I appreciate you brothers though for answering, but I'll wait. I'll listen for your answer.
All praise is cool. So now I'm gonna read this scripture from 2nd Esdras, chapter 13 and verses 37. I'll start from verse 35. But he shall stand upon the top of Mount Sion, and Sion shall come and shall be showed to all men, being prepared and builded like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands. And this, my son, shall rebuke the wicked inventions of those nations, which for their wicked life are fallen into the tempest, and shall lay before them their evil thoughts and torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame, and shall destroy them without labor by the law, which is like unto fire. And whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto himself, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea, Osi the king, whom Salamander the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into the other land. But they took his counsel among themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might keep that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land. So that's for me, that's a giveaway. The scriptures is talking about that these Gentiles are. But someone else had a question or something?
Yeah, shalom aleichem. Mark, how y'all living? This is the Orthodox one. How y'all living, fam?
Orthodox Moor. Go ahead, talk to them brothers, man.
Hey, real quick, just so I can catch up. I'm coming in late. So are y'all talking about the salvation of the soul or physical deliverance in here and now?
Oh, to us?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're talking what the conversation or the discussion is about is I believe who is salvation pertain to? And
Correct. So I'm saying it in that context. Are you talking about salvation of the soul? Are you saying that only Israelites get salvation of the soul? Spiritual salvation?
I mean, salvation of the soul. I mean, what's your definition?
That's a yes, no question. We're talking about eternal life when you die.
Sincerely, what consists of salvation of the soul to you? What's your definition of eternal life?
Okay, how about you give me your definition of salvation, because that's what you're working with. Like, so I want to know what you're working with. Just short story, because I don't got a lot of time right now. Well, what's the definition you've been working with the whole time, bro?
Or get it for you, brother.
What Hebrew words for salvation are you rocking with?
Salvation of a soul is okay. I'll get this one for you.
Can anyone else help me out right quick? What's the definition y'all be rocking with the whole time?
Yeah, we're getting it for you, brother.
It's in Luke 2. They basically dealing with.
I'm not going there right now.
So anonymous, they talking about eternal salvation? Yes or no? How about that?
Nah, it doesn't sound like eternal life. It's
hold on. We're gonna let the scriptures.
The basis that I hear. I mean, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like it's stemming more towards like deliverance from the oppression of the nations.
Well, not only that. I'm gonna read it now. This is Ezekiel Chapter 36. Verse 24.
Hold on, you don't got to read nothing. How about you just short story me on this? Like, so do you believe that non-Israelites have the ability to have eternal salvation?
Well, I'm gonna read the scripture first. This is Ezekiel 36, verse 24.
So you don't got that much time, right? My man just told me you got to dip in 4 minutes, right? I'm trying to work with you and just short story some stuff right quick. So do you have the ability to say yes or no to the question or no?
I just want to explain myself because I don't want to give a short answer and then not have an explanation. So I mean.
I don't need an explanation. I just need to know yes or no. What do you believe?
All right, thank you. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries.
Oh, we just going on roughshod right now.
Bring you into your own land. Then I will sprinkle clean water upon you, and you shall be clean from all your filthiness and from all your idols. I will cleanse you. A new heart also will I give you, and a new spirit will I put within you. And I will take away the stony heart out of your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. and I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you shall keep my judgments and do them. And you shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers, and you shall be my people, and I will be your God. So for me, that is the definition of a soul being saved. And right here, I see this pertaining to Israel. In this context, I don't see it involving another nation.
Cool. Now I need some short answers to some questions right quick. So in Genesis 12:3, when it says that all the families of the earth will be blessed through Abraham, what's the blessing you're saying is given to non-Israelites?
All right. So now we're gonna go to Genesis 17, verse 20.
I think it's good. Yeah, 20.
Okay. And it says, and as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful. I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at a set time in the next year.
So the nations some of them have got blessings, but I mean, that doesn't change the fact.
No, so it literally says all the hold on real quick. Genesis 12:3 literally says all the families of the earth will be blessed through Abraham. So what's the blessings given to all of the earth?
Yeah, where's the moderator? I can't work with you. You're going to be cooking me up.
Well, hold up, Orthodox. Can y'all do me a favor? This is YAHUCHANAN. Could you please go to?
No, hold on. Don't go to another verse.
No, just answer the questions, bro. Like I don't need no exegesis for yes or no question.
That was a real question.
Hold on for a second.
I feel like you're not trying to be serious right now.
I just wanted them to read some out the Apocrypha real quick. It won't even take long. Just 2nd Ezra chapter 1 verse 24. Could you read that if that's okay? Sharpening sword.
Yeah. Here it is right here on the screen if y'all want to look at that. And I also want the Moor, because he brought out 2 scriptures. So when you get done, I want to bring out those scriptures that Moor brought out. But this is 2nd Ezra 1 and 2 on the screen here. It says, "What should I do?"
Let him read it, G-Con. Can y'all read it, please? I'm done for the night. I'll give my time back tomorrow. I just wanted to.
It says, "What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah? Thou Judah, what is not?" Sorry, let me start again. "What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah? Wouldest not obey me? I will turn me to the other nations, and unto those I will give my name, and they that keep my statutes." Yeah.
What's your point?
Can you give me your exegesis on that?
I mean, you explain it to me because it says.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not really sure. Can you give me your exegesis on that?
To me, it seems like he's turning to the other people who never knew him, people that he's given his statutes to and he's gonna put his name on that are not of Israel. That's what I see. So
cool, brother. I appreciate that. I'm just gonna read something from the same book. It says this. As for the other people which also come from Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spit, and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falls from a vessel. And now, O Lord, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have began to be lords over us and to devour us. But we, thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, thy only begotten, have thy fervent lover, are given into their hand. So would you agree your exegesis contradicts this text?
Well, how do you exegete this then? What does this say?
Well, I mean, like, for example, I'll give you an example. When you see in the prophecies like Isaiah, right? When it's dealing
with the sons of Adam. Come on, bro. Like, y'all, come on, man. I got a lot of respect for you, brother. But come on, man. Like, specifically what he's asking you to deal with.
What does this say right here, 24? What is it saying, brother?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain. Everybody has been using supportive text all night, so I think it's only fair if we're allowed to do the same.
Go ahead. What is it saying? Go ahead. We're giving you that.
I can explain. When it says Jacob, we see the very same biblical language when, for example, Isaiah is referring to Israel, or when Hosea is referring to, or Amos is referring to Southern Kingdom. It doesn't necessarily mean all of 12 tribes of Israel. I mean, it doesn't have to, you don't have to go with that exegesis, especially when it contradicts with what I just read to you, which is from the same book.
All right, so hold on, brother. So are you saying that 12 and 3 And also Isaiah chapter 2, which talk about God taking the word to other nations and giving his word to other nations. And then another thing too is I want to show you something. And I'm
Isaiah
just,
what?
will God take? Are you saying okay? Look, it says what?
Isaiah what?
Hold on, brother. Hold fast. Isaiah 2, brother.
Well, brother, you're giving me a scripture. I just want to go to it. You know?
Okay, it says, "What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah?" Right. So when he says, "Oh Jacob," right? He's talking about Judah, right? Right.
Sure.
I mean, brothers, is you trying to win an argument, or is you trying to get the truth out, or because you keep you keep playing games with the scriptures and not want to answer questions.
Brother, it doesn't make you seem like you're winning when you get.
I'm not trying to win. I'm just saying, brother.
It ain't even about winning, bro. Like what? Like
Hey,
we trying to get answers.
hold on, gentlemen, hold on, gentlemen, hold on for a second. I
Bro,
understand.
we just trying to get answers, man.
Hold on for a second. I understand, right? But we need to maintain a certain level of respect for one another. All right. So, G-Con, please finish what you were saying, and then let's let the other brothers speak.
All right, cool.
One tribe is mentioned, but you guys are jumping.
All right, hold on, brother. Let me finish up. It says, "What shall I say unto thee, O Jacob, thou Judah, wouldest not obey me? I will turn to me other nations," right? Seeing that it's only two nations according to what you read prior to earlier. "And to those will I give my name, that keep my statutes." But 25 is what I want you to key in on, because I'm a body y'all. I just want you to understand that. And for those that's listening in, I want y'all to go back and listen to my the recap that we're gonna do of this. Look what this says here. "Seeing ye have forsaken me, I will forsake you also. When you desire me to be gracious unto you, I shall have no mercy upon you." So therefore, the same thing what he's talking about Amos applies to the Southerners too. Check it.
Let me show you why your eisegesis that is off. It cannot contradict what the prophet says. He will have mercy on Judah. So you guys are making the prophets out to be liars, contradicting because of your dumping your own opinions into the text. When the other, give me Jeremiah 3:8. But let me go. Can you give me the Isaiah text you quoted? I just want to read it.
So was God gracious to the Northerners?
It doesn't say it was.
It does say he was. It says the word was stated to you that I will not have mercy, that I will have mercy.
No, it says I will not have mercy on them, but I will utterly take them away.
But it also says where it was stated to you are not my people, and I am not your God. It was stated to them.
That's because they have been divorced from the covenant, and now he is going to cut a new covenant with them. That's Jeremiah 31:31.
Well, it just said
you're again. I mean,
I will turn to other nations to them will I give my name, because Israel was not keeping his covenant. So the same thing that you apply to the Southerners, the Northerners, is being here applied to the Southerners. So we see that both nations, as I said before, stumbled at Christ, regardless.
Yeah. What's this? What's the scripture in Isaiah you were giving?
That was Isaiah chapter 2.
What verse?
Let's see, Isaiah 2. And then we're gonna bring out these Isaiah 2 and
then we take one more question, and then it's past the
2 and 11. Look what it says here. This is at the top right here. Oh, well, matter of fact, I'm not even. That's not even. Hold on.
What?
If y'all getting ready to leave, that's not even worth my like.
No, it's not. Well, I said we can deal with it, but I'm just saying if there's a lineup of questions.
Well, I'd rather deal with the brother scripture than what I had. Then this is I don't even want to waste my time. That was Isaiah chapter 2, starting at chapter 1. You can go there on your own time. But look what it says here. What Brother Moore came in, because he's been waiting patiently. He says, "God be merciful unto us and bless us and cause his face to shine upon us." He said that thy way may be known upon earth, thy saving help among all nations. He says, "Let the people praise thee, O God, let all the people praise thee. O let the nations be glad and sing for joy, for thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon the earth." So my question is, when it talks about that thy way may be known upon earth, thy saving help among all the nations, what is that talking about?
Oh, hold on, wait. Keep going with that, G-Con, because it's a short chapter. It's only like 7 verses, right? And when you get down to it, it says that Israel's got to bring this salvation, because that's not just saving help. That's the word for that's Yeshua. That's salvation right there, right? Okay, it says that Israel got to bring that to the whole world before God can bless them. So I need them to break that down to me. What salvation does Israel got to bring to the whole world before they can get a blessing by the Most High?
All right, so let's continue at 5 and let's continue to read the whole thing. It says, "Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase. And God, even our God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him." What is the saving health among all nations is there, brother?
What's that book, chapter, and verse?
That is Psalm 67 and 1
The
through
whole
7.
chapter. The whole chapter. It's a short 7-verse chapter, bro.
You see my screen?
Yeah, Psalm 67.
Before you see that screen, make sure you know what you're doing there.
Be merciful unto us and bless us and cause his face to shine upon us, that thy way may be known upon the earth, thy saving health among all nations. Let the people praise thee, O God, let all the people praise thee. Let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon the earth. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise. Okay, so this is it?
Yeah, that whole chapter.
Yeah, keep reading. Finish it out, bro.
God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him.
So what is the Yeshua? What is the salvation? What is the saving health that Israel's supposed to bring to the nations of the world? Before we can get blessed before we can get blessed by the Most High.
I think we already,
what is that salvation?
Yeah, I think we already explained that.
You ain't explained that yet.
Yeah, we did. As a matter of fact, it was brought up a few times in Isaiah 49. But okay, let me just say that quickly. The nations, again, the nations that are saved are going to be, again, it says here, they'd be governed, we'd be governing them. They can be saved. They can be restored to health, as it says. I mean, it doesn't. The whole point of this discussion is we both agree, us and GCon, that there's going to be servants and slaves in the kingdom. So the whole point is the Gentiles that come in, what is the difference? What is the role of that Gentile? What is that role of the Israelite? You see what I'm saying? Like that's the point. I mean, we're not disputing that the other nations.
So if you want to talk about hierarchy between sojourner and Israelite, I mean, that's like dumb, simple, stupid. I'm saying, but if you want to say that only, because I asked you and I heard you say that Israelites have salvation, only Israelites. So I'm saying I need you to break down.
But then he just said the nations could get saved.
Right. So I heard that too, brother, man. So I'm saying I need you to break that one down for me. Right.
Listen, man, we already explained this more than 10 times. All right, we're not gonna keep.
Hey, man, 11 is a good number. Make it happen, Captain.
Listen, man, we're not gonna keep repeating ourselves. If you want to know what we said, watch back the video after it's posted. It's time for us to go now. So we appreciate you guys having us on.
It's been past 10 minutes, and I mean, you guys. Now it's just getting disrespectful with you guys. So
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You guys.
All right, hey, we appreciate y'all, bro. We didn't mean no disrespect to you, brothers. If sometimes we get passionate, then please forgive that. But
we gotta let all things be done in order, and not cut people off in the midst of their speech.
Hey, when I was asking you simple, basic questions, you could have said no. Everybody gets salvation, but you didn't want to say yes or no, right? So just so we're clear, just so we're clear, yes or no. You're saying everybody gets salvation.
Simple questions. He spoke in parables, so that's my point.
All right, well, cool, brother.
Oh, you the prophet now?
Y'all brothers.
You the Mashiach now?
Peace to you, brothers, man. Y'all brothers be.
Grace and peace, man. I appreciate you guys coming out, man. When y'all brothers coming out again, sharpening swords?
Actually, I was gonna ask you if we could do a, because we didn't get to Romans 11. Maybe we can do a part 3, maybe the final part, because I did want to. My purpose was to get to Romans 11. We didn't really get to. So, would you be interested in that?
Definitely, brother. So next Sunday.
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool, man. Grace and peace. Appreciate you guys coming out.
All right, shalom.
All right, peace. Shalom. All right, so cool, you guys. So now we got to do okay. Where's we got the brother Dragnet, man. Appreciate you, man.
Much gratitude to you, brother, man.
Yeah, hey, much love to you, brother Dragnut. Apologize if I made your job hard, man.
No, man, that's
Yeah,
fine. That's fine. I try
likewise.
not to step in too much, but some y'all get a little too rowdy. I gotta step in, but yeah, sorry, I gotta take off. Y'all gentlemen have a good night. You know what? I'll be here when I can, but hey, you know what? Hope y'all start building together.
Sir.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Man. Can you bring up that word proselyto, man? The
All right.
definition.
And while you're doing that, can y'all help me out right quick? Can y'all just clarify for me? Was that conversation about the hierarchy between sojourners and Israelites within
That's
the nation?
exactly what it came down to. That's all I kept hearing in the end, and that's why I wanted.
That, but that ain't what it. That's why I tried to make
Right, that ain't salvation though.
Right.
And the brother even said out of their mouth like that the Gentiles that get saved, but basically, because they're servants, now that's a different level of salvation, but that's still salvation. And this is the point I keep saying to whoever wants to have this conversation, bro. Ain't nobody arguing with you about hierarchy or whatnot. We talking about those that get destroyed and don't have no access to nothing until that second resurrection. If we just being honest with eschatology, right? So if we talking about this eternality of one's soul, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's say I find out I'm a Gentile tomorrow, bro. At least I want to make it into the kingdom. I want to have some form of salvation for my soul.
Right.
What's wrong with y'all, bro?
Okay, I got a quick announcement for y'all, brothers, man. So somebody requested that, you brothers up here talking, man, and be on the hot seat, man, over there on Inside the Nation. So looking for to get a call, man, and they want y'all on Inside of the Nation, man. And I'm telling y'all, man, y'all better have y'all scriptures ready, because these brothers. Shout out to the brother General Shah in the building, man. Yeah.
Hey, shalom, family.
Shalom, bro. I better have y'all scriptures together, man, because they want y'all brothers to come over Inside the Nation, man. Y'all watch Sakari and them, man. They gonna do a hot. So, so yeah, I got a hot seat coming up, man. So y'all got to see when y'all gonna be able to schedule it. And we just gotta. Me personally, I really want to recap on some stuff. And a Truth Seeker, I see you got a question. What's your question, brother? I already said it already. I told y'all, man. Like,
So that was.
Yeah, that's how they be. And I
that
know
was wild, bro.
Yeah,
I ain't never seen people just breeze by the stoplight so easy.
Man, breeze by, man, all gas, no brakes on them red lights.
Right.
I'm talking about they saw the red light and just kept going,
Hey,
bro.
man, I swear I saw a couple California rolls happen like that. I'm just saying.
You know what this is good for, though? It's always good. So when you hear this, you can always go back and have footage. Shout out to the Yahweh War Machine, the YouTube channel. Go there and subscribe to the Yahweh War Machine YouTube channel. That way, y'all always got footage, and we always got footage we can go back to and recap, because that's more important. See, a debate you can't really, and this really wasn't no debate. It was mainly a discussion, but at the same time, you can't really get out what you want to get out. But that last scripture, though.
Yeah, Moor, look, and it was a setup. Like, we all was just dropping little breadcrumbs, and then Moore came and just dunked it. Like, it was done after that, bro.
Right.
See, here's what I'm saying. If you're gonna tell me that I'm making a prophet out to be a liar, okay, cool. Now you've just obligated me to listen really, really hard at what you're saying, right? Walk me through it, stupid simple. So I need, like I said, you need to break down to me what's the blessing that all the families of the earth. It doesn't say going. So if you want to say this whole like nations concept, I got you. There's the argument that people have with that. Is it a Jew or a Gentile? Whatever. Okay, so it's all the families of the earth. Cool. Not even that word, right? But they got a blessing through Abraham. Abraham's not even an Israelite. Isaac's not even an Israelite. You know what I'm saying?
We didn't even drop that. We didn't even drop that on them. We didn't even drop that.
So I'm saying, so let's start from square one. What's the blessing that the whole world gets? Break that one down for me, because if you're saying that there's something that Israel gets that no one else gets, cool. I got you. I can rock with that. Just let me know what the rest of the world gets, right? Because it says that they get something, right?
Look what it says here right here, though. Can you see my screen? I want to show you something. Watch this. I'm sharing. Look at my screen right here. You see this? What it says?
Yeah.
Galatians 3:7. Look what this says. It says, "Know ye therefore the day which are of faith, the same as the children of Abraham." Somebody got a.
That's me. I got you.
It says, "Know ye therefore the day which are of faith, the same are the children of Abraham." Now watch this. And the scripture foreseeing that God will justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, "In thee shall all nations be blessed." Now watch what it says, verse 9.
Thank you.
So then they which be of faith, look, are blessed with faithful Abraham.
Come on.
So listen, with the persons that we see that are dealing with Abraham, right, and to believe on the promise that was given, these people are blessed with faithful Abraham. And guess what? The seed that he's talking about, if you really want to get technical with it, look what he says right here.
Mm-hmm.
The blessing of Abraham might come on the Gentiles through Jesus Christ, that we might receive the promise of the Spirit through faith. Now notice he says,
thank you.
Spirit. Now anybody that gets the Spirit, guess what? They are children of God.
Speak on it.
Now look what it says. It says, "Now to Abraham and to his seed were the promise made." He said, "Not as to seeds, as of many, but as one, and to thy seed, which is Christ." So ultimately, as we look at it, it's Christ that's going to bring about the fulfillment of the promise in the first place, because we know if it was according to Israel, they wouldn't get it, because guess what? They wasn't keeping what they need to be kept. So
right,
it's
my covenant you break. Right.
So it's him
All
and his
day.
righteousness is bringing this about. But what I want to show y'all is what's crazy is this is, in this text, right, he knew he was out of there on this because he basically said God lied on this text. But what I want to show you is that God can make a pronounce it. God can pronounce evil on a nation, right, including Israel. Well, look what he says here. This is Jeremiah 18. So just because he pronounced evil on a nation does not mean that he cannot change that what he pronounced on them. Because if you look what it says right here. This is 8 in Jeremiah 18:8. It says, "At what instance I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy it." He said, "If that nation," watch this, that's if, shows that it's conditional, "against whom I have pronounced, turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them. And at what instance I shall speak concerning a nation, concerning a kingdom to build it and to plant it," right? He says, "If it do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I would benefit them." So when you look at what a prophecy is, it's actually God bringing something about that he says he's going to do. But guess what? There's a condition within that. And he just said it right here. So when God pronounced something on Nineveh, guess what he did? He said, "I'm going to overthrow Nineveh." That's what he says. He says, "Tell Nineveh, I'm going to overthrow them." That's exactly what he said. But guess what Nineveh did? They repented. God pronounced evil on them. So it's the same thing when you're dealing with this text here. And that's why Paul quotes in Romans 9, showing you that, listen, I will have mercy on who I will have mercy. And he began to talk about the root. I mean, the what? He talked about the potter and the clay, because the Gentiles, which were non-Israelites, they heard the word of the Lord. That's why he says, "I was sought or found by them which knew me not." He said, "But all the days of my life all my days have I stretched forth my hands to a gainsaying people, Israel." So he was saying that, you know what I'm saying? He says, "But all the day have I stretched forth my hand to a gainsaying people, which was Israel." And so I would have to ask them, which I didn't get a chance to ask them, which it says that both houses will fall, and it said both houses will be as a snare, that both houses will fall. So you have to ask them, when you're dealing with Isaiah, when did the northerners get a chance to fall when it came to Christ? Because it says in Isaiah 7:8 and 28. Look what it says in Isaiah 8 and the last. Look what it says here. It says, "Behold, I and the children This is verse 14. It says, sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. And he shall be for a sanctuary, but for a stumbling stone, and for a rock of offense. Look, to both of the houses of Israel. Look what he says. For a gin and for a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Now, it says right here, and many among them shall stumble and fall and be broken and be snared. Now, here's what's crazy, because when you go to Romans, look what it says in Romans chapter 10 or 9. Look what it says here. Wherefore, because they sought it not by faith, but as it is written by the works of the law. For they stumbled at that stumbling stone. As it is written, behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and a rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed. So you have to ask yourself, if you're saying that Christ only came to the Southerners, when did the Northerners fall? Because it just said both of them was going to fall, and he was going to be for a stumbling stone to both of them. Clearly, Christ came to the house of Israel as a whole. And when he came to the house of Israel as a whole, in the land, and those that was coming back to the land, the representatives of Israel from Ephraim to Manasseh was in the land. And therefore, when they're in the land, he's dealing with them both. And they both refuse him and reject him. You brothers missing it. Truth Seeker, I see your question now. It says, what did you say, Truth Seeker? You said, and other nations that follow will be in the kingdom to serve Christ under. You said, what was your question? You said, the destruction of Babylon when Israel gets saved out of it doesn't pertain to everyone else but Israel. Elect in 1/3, but the other nations who aren't in that. And this, I don't know what you was trying to ask. You said you had a question, but here it is. It says, and the other nations that follow will be in the kingdom to serve Christ under Israel. So is it that initial salvation that is in Luke only for Israel? No, bro. See, those nations that are left, right, that you see when Christ come back to save Israel, the parents are basically used to bring about, they're saved as a remnant to establish the earth back with more nations, even Israel, to establish the earth back with, to rebuild Israel back up, because 1/3 of men will definitely be killed. A lot of men is going to be killed on this earth. And so the reestablishing of those nations that we see is clearly there. But when you talk about there's going to be 3 type of people. Well, 2 type of people that's on the earth. There's going to be natural Gentiles, non-Israelites. What I mean by natural is just, natural beings with bodies. There's going to be also spiritual. There's going to be also natural Israelites with natural material bodies. But see, what you've been forgetting about this whole time is what about the Gentiles and also Israelites that died, that was in Christ, that have spiritual bodies now. See, that's what you forget. Those people that we see are going to be rulers and reign. That's why it says, know ye not that the saints shall judge the world? Because those people have spiritual bodies. And so when they have spiritual bodies, those people are the church. And so when you look at Israel and the church, and you look at the Israel, the church that we see in the New Testament is composed of, the called out ones that's in Christ is composed of Jew and Gentile. These are not natural people. It says that Israel will be ruling over the 12 tribes of Israel. But then when you look at the nations, the Gentiles. Go ahead, I'm sorry, somebody want to say something to that?
No, you got it. My bad. I'll wait. It wasn't nothing.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, I was just agreeing with you, Ak. You got it. Keep going. You're going in.
Okay. So when you look at it, those people that you see that are spiritual beings, that are Gentiles, are going to be rulership over the other governments, over the nations. And so when you look at it, Israel is over the 12 tribes, right? But ultimately they have the theocracy. the spiritual Israel. They had, I mean, well, I'm sorry. Spiritual Israel is over the 12 tribes, judging them, right? Now, natural Israel have a theocracy. But remember, they're still a heaven, and they're still also a universe. You know what I'm saying? And so when you look at it, the spiritual beings will be the ones who will govern natural beings on the earth. And mainly when you look at the ones who has been conformed to the image of Christ during that 1,000-year reign, these people are the ones who's going to be governing the earth. And so when it says, know ye not that the saints shall rule the earth, Paul is talking to non-Israelites. When he's saying they got problems among them dealing with fornication, all types of people. One took his dad's wife into, all this crazy stuff. And he dealing with this stuff. And he telling them, y'all going to law to one another. He said, know ye not that the saints shall judge the world. If you can't even judge little matters among yourselves, how you gonna judge angels and judge the world? That's what the biblical text says. So then when you look at saints right there, you think saints is just talking about Israelites. Y'all cut yourself on this right here though, seeing ye have forsaken me, I will forsake you also. When ye desire me to be gracious unto you, I shall have no mercy upon you. You know what I'm saying? Whatsoever you call upon me, I will not hear you. But you have defiled your hands with blood, and your feet are swift to commit manslaughter.
But AG Con, they kind of really killed themselves when they say, well, they contradict the book. You know what I'm saying? Like the book's contradicting itself. I said, okay, well, it's your book. You go through there. So we just showed you something in the Apocrypha.
That was crazy, bro.
The scripture in the book of Acts that you said with the which was Acts 10, and what was that verse?
Who, me?
Yeah, what was that verse?
Which one with the word? I think
Acts 10 with the word. I forgot. It was
28.
28. So let's look at that right there, because I was trying to get it, but then they kept doing all types of. Yeah, I know y'all wanted to get on them. I already know y'all.
Man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say when can we get on the clock, bro? You feel me? Like,
I just know that y'all had, and I know that's why I say, because even anonymous Hebrew was like, man, can we have this conversation again? Because and really it has to be a conversation with maybe, where people are given a certain amount of time, because them brothers was taking up all the time in a sense to where
right.
They won't answer yes or no to nothing. They just say, oh, how do you execute that?
Right, like exegesis. That's a good deflection. They've been taught that, but that's a good deflection tactic. Can you exegesis that? That's a good one.
I got a slide up with this word. I got one for the Strongs, and I got one with the New Testament word study that kind of go deeper. If you want me to pull it up.
All right, that's cool. Let me stop sharing. Go ahead. You're not a share, right?
Yeah, I just hit the share button.
Go ahead. Yeah, man. So yeah, and then they try to act like they don't be watching, but they be watching everything. Trust me.
Okay, so this one is from the. Can y'all see it, or do I need to kind of?
It's showing real good.
Okay, so it says this is from the Strongs. It says aluf olos, G246 Gentile, one of another nation. And then here is the one for the New Word Testament study. I think it says aluphios, other, palu, a tribe or race, not a Jew, one of another race or nation.
And see, you know what? This what they doing. Like when you pulled that up, right? And see, that's why I told him, like, and so what he tried to do is he'll say, well, okay, the scripture, I'm sorry, what was the scripture from Psalms at the end? The scripture from Psalms, what was that? Psalm 70, 67?
64.
Yeah, Psalms chapter 67, yeah.
Oh, that was a good one right there on everything. Yeah. Psalm 67. Look at this. And then they can answer. Look what it says. It says, God be merciful unto us and bless us and cause his face to shine upon us. Salah. That the way may be known upon the earth, thy saving help among all nations.
And that word for saving help is strong. It's 3444. Yeshua.
Look at it. Look at it. It's right there. Let me screen share real quick. Hold on. It's right there. That's what's so crazy because look at this.
Yeshua.
To deliver, to save. You know what I'm saying?
So like when I took you from Genesis that 12:3 and then G-Con hit you at Galatians chapter 3, right? And then this right here is the needle that threads it all. You know what I'm saying? Because he told you, he told you Christ Jesus, right? And then it says, yes, you are, right? I mean, anyway.
Hey, you know that they fixed that information when you look certain words up on Google. They'll separate the Yiddish from the Hebrew. Have y'all noticed that yet?
I ain't even checked it out.
Yeah, so like I was looking up before the y'all have this show going on. I've decided to pull up, the difference between salvation and eternal life. And so when I checked into it, I'm looking at it like, oh, hold up, they didn't adjusted this information. So let me see. So then when I pull it up, it says you can translate it from Yiddish to English. I'm like, what happened to the Hebrew? Because it used to say Hebrew. So then when I go off into the information in English, then it breaks down to having a Yiddish word for Yeshua with a Y-E, and then the Hebrew for Yashu. So that needs to be broken down and understood very clearly. You got a lot of brothers that like to say, oh, his name is Yeshua. His name is Yeshua. I'm like, nah, bro, his name ain't no Yeshua. You won't find that in our language. But in the same breath, man, I just thought I'd bring that up because of what you posted up.
Yeah. Come. Hey, we got a brother, Watcher 215. You in the building, Watcher 215?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on, brother? You want to speak on something? I see you in here.
I was just reaching out to you. I don't know if I need to add to the conversation or not, or maybe bring up another topic, but just to refresh, I'm that brother that basically was I am still a Christian, but like from about 2006, I kind of embraced I would say my Israelite heritage. Like and my my testimony in a nutshell is I no longer think that I was like I used to think that I was a Gentile that believed in Christ, but I realize now that really I'm a natural branch that has now exercised faith in Christ. And I wonder how that falls on the ears of my brothers in this room right now.
Well, these brothers is Israelites in here. You do know that, right?
Not fully. I mean, I'm kind of hearing and trying to gain understanding as I'm listening, but I don't really know these brothers, but I've been listening to the conversation.
Right. So I'm the only one who really don't subscribe to being an Israelite in here. These brothers, they Israelites in here. So that's why I brought them on the panel and let them converse with other brothers that was Israelites too. Like but they can speak for themselves though, because I don't know if you brothers want to say something, let the brother know.
Yeah, so real quick, so YHWH War Machine is an Israelite think tank that's comprised of Torah only Israelites, Messianic Israelites, Islamic Israelites, and spiritual sojourners who call themselves spiritual Israelites, or i.e. Christians, etc. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I hear you. That's all good too. I was just wondering. Well, really, all of y'all brothers can comment on this if you like, but I guess G-Con is the one that I'm really interested in his response to my testimony when I say that and I try to put it as succinctly as possible, which is basically not believing any longer that I'm a wild olive branch grafted in, but I believe that I'm a natural olive branch that now has exercised faith and is easily regrafted in.
Right. I don't have no problem with that. I think that if you know, if that's what you you know, you're dealing with, I have no problem with that, because like I said, my brothers on here is Israelites, and so you know, they not, they believe they're natural branches, and so that's what they. I can't say that they ain't. Who am I to say that that they ain't? You know what I'm saying? I can't do that. And so what I say is that, you know what I'm saying, the inheritance is really through Christ, you know, first of all, of anything, you know what I'm saying? So just because a person is a natural Israelite don't make them to inherit the promises. We know that Paul was stating already in Romans chapter 9, as well as Christ. He said, I know that you are Abraham's seed, and you seek to kill me. And he said that you might not come into me, that you might have life. He says that you will not come into me, that you might have life. So even natural Israelites, people who he says that he knew who his sheep was. And when he knew who his sheep was, he was talking to Israelites. But these Israelites, they wasn't hearing what the Father was saying. And because they wasn't hearing what the Father was saying, that they was not counted as a sheep. And so when we look at Romans chapter 9, he basically said they are all not Israel who are Israel. And so we see that those who are counted for the seed are those who are of faith. And so even a person that think himself to be natural Israel, if he doesn't believe on Christ and believe on the promise, which is Christ, then he cannot be saved. He's not counted as the seed of Abraham. He's mainly cut off. And so I have no problem with you saying that you're Israel, you subscribe to being natural Israel. Is basically with if a person is teaching, you know, that other nations, which I believe that myself am, you know what I'm saying, of being most likely probably Hamitic stock, you know, that saying that these other nations can't really get in or can't inherit any type of promises that we see according to the blessings of Abraham. So I mean, I have no problem with that, bro, because as you see with these brothers that are Israelites, I teach with them, you know what I'm saying? Uh, we all teach, we all learn. I'm saying we got a database that we deal with. And then I also have my Christian brothers and sisters who I teach, also have a database who I deal with too. And so if you could look at my walk, since probably a year or even probably some months ago, a year, my whole everything is really changed about me because I'm progressing. Because I'm not trying to be hostile towards these brothers. I'm not trying to be hostile towards brothers that I feel, because if you look at the church, how many sects of Christianity that there is? A whole bunch. So if what I'm learning is overall love is very important. You know what I'm saying? And that's very important. It's easy to get mad at somebody and reject them, cast them away.
Yeah. What I didn't get the brother's name. What's your name, Mark?
My tag is Watcher 215.
Okay.
I'm hail from Philly. That's where I'm at right now. But name is Jeff. But that's either one is cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, this is Brother YARAH. And so I just wanted to say, man, all praises to the Most High. Anytime he brings you into a truth, it's always a blessing for you and as well as the nation of Yasharal that that who you are, because that's important. Even for our people, let's just bring it to that level. Even for our people as a Black people, especially in this country and the things that we've gone through, that we've been tagged with so many different labels, and so many different identities have been placed upon us, that we clearly now began to be awakened by the spirit of the Ruach Elohim, that we understand that who we are in faith, who we are for those of us who believe who we are in blood, and for those who we believe we are in the body of Mashiach, right? And so with that, we do identify with our heritage, and that includes understanding the Torah, understanding the Mashiach taught Torah, that he also kept Torah, but also understanding that he also brought a message of grace and mercy, as well as salvation for all. And so that's the paradigm that, we stand on. And like I said, we're, like Brother Moore brought out earlier, we come from various paradigms when it comes to dealing with the scriptures. But we look to seek to where we can find commonality and common ground. And that begins with recognizing that the Father, he is the God of all. And so we can at least start there.
Right.
And so with that being said, we can always build, we can always extend a hand to our brothers, whether they take on a Christian moniker, because we do have brothers who are Christians that are part of this group as well, very prominent with us, that stand with us and we stand with them. Brothers who are Torah only, brothers who are Messianics, brothers who are Israelite brothers that we believe that those who are sojourners with us, brothers who are Israelite brothers who are Quranists as well, because we look to seek to where the truth of the Most High will lead us by His Spirit, right? And so, with that being said, again, I would suggest to you is that you get with some brothers. I don't know who you study with. Most people I hear that tell me that they're just awakening to this truth, or they're just coming into this truth. It's very important that you get a solid foundation. I think that's crucial because we have a lot of people who they eat from a lot of different tables, whether it's YouTube channels or whether it's other camps or congregations and different things like that. They just sit down and they just eat from a smorgasbord. And what happens is oftentimes they come up with what I term these Frankenstein doctrines, because they're getting bits and pieces and sewing bits and pieces from many different aspects, without people actually going into the scripture and actually studying what thus said Yah, and allowing the Ruach Elohim, the Holy Spirit, to really lead them and guide them into all truth, right? And so, so that's my thing. And that's why, we're here as far as Yahweh War Machine. We're here, like, we don't agree with what every camp has to say. We don't agree with those doctrines, and we go into the scriptures and we break it down, and we seek for the truth. We're not here to, me personally, I don't teach and I don't preach spiritual bootlickers in the kingdom. So you got some folks that want to have other folks on the camera and bending down looking the souls of their Tims or they Doc Martens. To me, the Most High ain't called us to do that. You understand?
Yeah, that's one of the things that kind of tripped me out too, is like, for me, everybody in the kingdom will be serving. You know what I mean? The most high. So all this, oh, he gonna be serving me or whatever. Look, God gonna be the one that's king. And we all servants. That's the way I feel about it.
Because this is what Christ said. He said, this is what the scripture tell us about the Mashiach, is that he took it upon himself to come as a lowly servant. He could have came, with all glory and splendor, but he came as a lowly servant. And we see him demonstrate this.
The one among you who is greatest will be servant of all. And what I find funny is in Christ's teaching, a lot of times he's speaking of himself, because in reality, he became servant of, he was the greatest one. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I love Jesus and his teaching, man. He's just,
Hey, we got a question in the chat room, and from Tony Tebb, and he says, do they believe the New Testament were contradicted? The New Testament writer contradicted the prophet when he applied the "out of Egypt have I called my son" and applied it to Christ and to the
No, actually, what is he saying? He's saying, did the Testament contradict?
Yeah, he's saying, is that a contradiction? He said, do they believe the New Testament writer contradicted the prophet when he applied the "out of Egypt have I called my son" and applied it to Christ and not the original context?
Well, no, there's no contradiction. If you actually go into Numbers, it doesn't say son in Numbers. I think it's Numbers 24, but it does say, talks about calling out a great king out of Egypt. And it said that this king would be greater than another king. I'm gonna have to probably find it. So no, it is no contradiction. But I can't speak for everybody. That's me. I'll let the rest of them speak.
And so I see we got Stone rejected in here. What you been asleep or something, brother? What's going on?
No, I'm chilling, bro. You know me. In response to the question, I'm gonna say no, that's not a contradiction at all. And in fact, I think it's Galatians 4 that I want to refer to, or it could be Galatians 6 actually at the end,
YARAH, you might want to mute.
where
YARAH, you got the evil going on. Go ahead, brother.
alrighty, cool. So I think it's Galatians 6. We're at the end of Galatians 6. It's talking about like all the Christians, pretty much everybody that's in Christ, and Paul calls this the Israel of God. And then the scriptures specifically say that Christ is the head of the body of the church. So if Christ is the head of the body, the church, and we are the Israel of God once we become Christians or come into the church, then that lets you know that the true Israel of God is Christ himself, who was called out of Egypt, which is the big mystery of the Bible.
All right. Yeah, and then you know what my and that's what I say too, because I think that Matthew is looking back at basically the Passover and how the Pharaoh, according to Romans 9 and also Exodus, was trying to stop Israel from coming out of Egypt. And remember, Israel has the seed in them, which is Christ. And so what the experience of Israel, what they're going through is Matthew is looking at that, to where even Paul begins to make an analogy between Israel and the Pharaoh, saying that they tried to stop the Passover, and God had already said what he was going to do to the people according to Genesis 12:3, to try to curse the plan, the promise. And so we know that the seed was concerning Christ, and so he's using those analogies there. And so when you look at Israel coming up out of Egypt, it's calling his son up out of Egypt, because Israel is his first. But then we see that all of that is in reference to Christ.
I got the scripture, G-Con.
If
you don't mind. I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you want me to read it, let me know.
You good, go ahead.
It's Numbers 24, and it's verses like 4 through 8. And it says, oh, you gonna pull it up on the screen for the audience, or?
Numbers 24.
Yeah, Numbers 24, verses 4 through 8 or 4 through 9.
Okay, so let's jump to 4. It says, and he said, which heard the words of God, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance. This is Balaam, but having his eyes open, he was looking buck wide crazy. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, O Israel. As the valleys are thy spread forth, as the valleys are thy spread forth, as gardens by the river's side, as the trees of lyme aloes, which the Lord hath planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the waters out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. God brought him forth out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the nations, his enemies, and shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows.
And G-Con, this is like a double prophecy, because Agag didn't even become king yet. So this like Ahag was a prophecy to come, and this king who's gonna come out of Egypt was a prophecy to come. I think Agag was king during David's day, but this prophecy could be David, because David never came up out of Egypt. Who's the king that came out of Egypt? It's Mashiach.
You got Hamilcar Baraka. There go the link right there, bro. If you want to come in and get this work, he says Prophet Isaiah specifically stated that the person called the Messiah Cyrus, a historical person who existed. Why claim he lied? Well, there was, first of all, ultimately many messiahs that we see, but there was going to be a messiah that we see that um, that is mentioned in Isaiah 53 and also Isaiah 49 and 6. So those are things you have to deal with. Matter of fact, let's look at Isaiah 42 and 6. So it says here, I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness and will hold thine hand and will keep thee and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, right? So we see that this servant right here, who is this talking about? You know what I'm saying? Who is this servant talking about? It says, behold, my servant whom I uphold, my elect, on whom I so delighted, I have put my spirit upon him. He should bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. I mean, who is this talking about? Because when you look at that, he should bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He should not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. Bruised reed should he not break. It says, smoking flax shall he not quench. He shall bring forth judgment unto the truth. He shall not fail nor be discouraged till he have set forth judgment in the earth, and the owl shall wait for his law. It says, thus saith God the Lord, that created the heavens and the earth and stretches them out. He that spreadeth out the earth and that which cometh out of it. He that giveth breath unto the people upon it, and the spirit to them that walk therein. I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness. So I want to ask you this, brother: is this talking about Cyrus right here?
Is he saying that there was that pretty much Jesus isn't the Messiah? Is that his argument that he's posing?
Yeah, look at the chat room. That's what he's basically saying.
My response to him would be, who's Messiah the Prince in Daniel 9 then? Like that's one of like the most condemning scriptures for any of these like antichrist like people. Like Daniel 9 gives you an exact time period of when the Messiah the Prince is going to come, and it's during the Roman destruction of the temple in 70 AD, around that time period.
Exactly. And I forgot about that one. So how do you deal with Daniel chapter 9, 24 through 27?
That's such a powerful prophecy that should be trumpeted from the rooftops all over the world. It's so glorious. But my bad. Come on back.
You're definitely right. He says he has remembered the steadfast love and faithfulness of the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Psalms 98 and 3. So the Lord has made known his salvation. He has revealed his righteousness in the sight of the nations. But these are powerful scriptures right here. Like, these brothers are getting wind of these scriptures and bringing these scriptures out. And so only thing these guys can do in these 1West camps is critique their doctrine. And that's why I be saying it's so important to where we have brothers that get on, it's Israelites brothers, to let them know, hey, look, I'm Israel, and this is what we teach, you know what I'm saying? And what you teaching is not right. You know what I'm saying? It ain't right. Because even Christ had enough sense to go to his brother and let him know. But when you got like I be like Ron Shields, he'd be so quick to jump on their panels, but you don't never mention the bone that you got to pick with them, because now you acting like the sons of Eli now. We ain't trying to be acting like the sons of Eli. I'm gonna let them know, nah, I ain't really rocking with that, but I want to deal with this issue right here, because what you doing right here is been a stumbling stone. You know what I'm saying? Basically, I mean, not stumbling. Basically, yeah. You got people. You supposed to be preaching Christ, and you ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? And you in the vineyard sitting around idle in the vineyard. It ain't working. For the grace God has appeared. Grace of God has appeared, bringing salvation for all people. It's so many scriptures, man. Like I don't see how they can't see that all these scriptures, and we didn't even get to bring a lot of stuff out tonight. We really let them brothers get it in, but you know what's crazy? They always come in this time limit, and they really got a lot of that stuff apart. You know how we get it in. We can go for nights and all types of stuff.
I really believe that they are bringing shame upon themselves, and they almost I hate to put it in this terminology, but like they despising their birthright and they're rejecting it when they say um, the Gentiles is. I mean, how you gonna read Isaiah 49 and know, and besides that, to know God, to know His love, the length, breadth, and width of His love, and not realize that He's the God of all flesh, and that you have been called as a priest unto the nations to declare His goodness and His mercy, and they shun that. They want to hold it for themselves and try to make it seem like it's just it is a small thing, like it says in Isaiah. It is a small thing. Let me just raise up David and I'm good. You know, I'm God. I'm gonna go ahead back in my little corner. And no, come on, man. It's the rep his purpose is way more glorious than they give him credit for. And they really bringing shame upon themselves, not embracing their calling as Israelites, you know, as believers, period. You know.
From what I hear, like we heard last night, servitude came up a lot. And so it's like the whole focus is on them being basically worshiped as a god, or, you know, being over people. It's not so much the responsibility of one to actually, you know, serve the people in righteousness and tell them about the word and teach them the ways of the Most High. It's about, you know, you bowing down and, you know, you're going to be a slave. And that's what I heard a little bit. Even though they didn't come out and say those things, they just kept saying they're going to be servants. They're going to be servants. I think Deacon and Clark was in the chat room today talking about LaRon Campbell. You know, the heathens are going into slavery and all that. So their whole big thing, their whole big focus is slavery.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My bad. I just wanted to say, man, I didn't get a chance to talk to him. So LaRon, or G-Con, if you don't mind, on that round 3, I'd like to get in there and chop it up with them, because they said a good couple of things that obviously we know are error. But I think it's good to be patient, especially with them. I can tell, no offense to them, they're babies in what they're doing. I could. That's why when you guys were like asking them questions, especially that Moor dude that popped on, this is Moor I'm talking to right now. But yeah, regardless, like when you ask them certain questions, they got stumped and they had to revert to the scriptures that they've already learned, because that's how Hebrew Israelites teach other Hebrew Israelites. They don't actually teach them context and understanding and meaning. They don't even really go through the Bible. They have like target scriptures that they fall back on. And the questions that you guys are asking them are outside of the target scriptures that they fall back on. And that's what was tripping them up. So you got to be patient with them, because like I said, it's a cult, pretty much is what it is. And inside of a cult, you know, they tell you, yo, this and this and this and this. And if you get outside of this, you know, now you're going off into some crazy stuff. But truly, the scriptures are meant for you to be understood by yourself. You know, that's why Paul said when he first got into like understanding Christ and everything, he dipped off by himself for like 3 years and studied by himself. And then he only came to Peter and I think Peter, James, and somebody else. That was it.
Brother. Yeah, this is Brother YARAH. Yeah, I agree with you 100% with that. And that's one of the things that we do even as we study. Because we hear and we listen to their arguments. And then we go into the scriptures, and as you said, we go outside of their you know, of their narrative, you know, that little, you know, what they've been taught and how they've been taught to answer questions, and how been taught to deal in the scriptures. And we call it the no huddle offense. This is what they do, right? They just rattle off scripture after scripture after scripture and hope you get lost or confused in the mix. Right? And
Pretty much.
Right. And so what you have to do is you have to slow them down. You have to disrupt that. And how you disrupt that is not letting them just continuously take those snaps. You know what I mean? You just have, yeah, you have to, you know, you have to act, and you have to ask them, you know, clear, you know, let's stay right here in the pocket, right? And clarify what it is that you're trying to teach. Because as much as they ask the script, as much as they ask the question, what's your exegesis of that? You know, they get stuck when it's time to bring their exegesis, because their exegesis is basically rattling off question after question after question after question. I mean, scripture after scripture after scripture after scripture after scripture. And that only breeds confusion. And what happens is when people engage them, they get lost in the confusion. And so then it seems like that they're superior in the scriptures, but they come with no understanding. And so I'm not really getting at this brothers that's on this panel. I'm talking about just in general. You see this from these various camps, and we're not, you know, we believe and know that we're Israelites, but this is the things that we're YAHUCHANAN. But here's the thing, like, a false doctrine is a false doctrine. False teaching is false teaching. It doesn't matter who you hear it from or where it comes from. You know, we deal with these camps and different things like that. And, you know, they're teaching, you know, what do you call it? When you come back from the dead and you somebody else, what they call it? Reincarnation. Yeah, exactly. You know, we hear that we hear that taught a lot. And for those who are, as the brother said, those who are babes, if they're not seasoned and no one's teaching them a foundation, it's easy to follow after those doctrines of men, where they can go into a scripture and they'll go into the Brit Hadashah, the New Testament, and they'll talk about how Christ talks about John the Baptist, you know, with the spirit of Elijah. And they say, well, look, that's Elijah reincarnated. Well, hold on, buddy. Wait a minute. Is that what that's saying? No, we know that's not what that's saying. You know, I don't believe that the Most High is coming back, you know, that, you know, Mashiach's coming back in the Independence Day Cadillac spaceship. I don't believe that. You understand? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you.
If you're not if you're not learned and have a foundation, if you're not careful and you're not studying with people with integrity and who really loves the Mashiach and the Father and really loves truth and allow the Ruach Elohim, the Ruach HaKodesh to really lead you and guide you into all truth, and you will walk away with a lot of these, you know, false doctrines and false teachings that will hinder you. And so they'll have you thinking that that the white man or is Esau and he needs to be licking your Doc Martens. Like who gonna be wearing the spirit? What spirit body you gonna have that you gonna be wearing Doc Martens in the kingdom?
I don't even want nobody getting down kissing my boot. That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
You know. Hey, fam. Hey, Elder, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely. Bring it out, you sure?
Hey, okay. So, for one, if we being righteous, men, women, are the Most High, no matter what you consider yourself to be, YAHUCHANAN, Israel, Jew, whatever you claim to be. It's I mean, what are you trying to accomplish? It's just like you trying to beat something into a newborn baby, and they can't talk, they can't respond to you. But yet and still, you trying to beat it into them. Then you talking real crazy to them, expecting for them, just like, you know, how I looked at my brothers when I first came into the heritage. I hated the energy that they brought to other brothers and other nations of people. I understood the anger, but I hated it. Because I'm looking at it like, bro, you come at me like that, bro, we about to get deep. I wasn't playing.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? No, I ain't the toughest guy in the world. Nope. I ain't a black belt. Nope. I ain't went through all the martial art training and all that to be able to say, you know what I'm saying, I'm knocking everybody out the box. Nah. But I'm, trust me, I'm one with the Most High. And if I got to get it in, we going to get it in. Win, lose, or draw. See what I'm saying? And that's how I feel. And that's how I walk. But in the same breath, my point is this, man. If I understand you to be a base, and I understand that it's some things that, it's some barriers that need to be broken down. If I can't do it by talking to you in a way to where we can build and we can exchange contacts and we can dialogue, even though I know for a fact you don't see it the way I see it at the moment, then it ain't no need for me to even have a dialogue or a conversation with the individual because it's unfruitful. It ain't going nowhere. So when I hear words like Hebrew Israelite cult and all that, what you think that's gonna do, man? Like, I mean, do you expect for me to take that? Oh yeah, we're just cult. Yeah, man, that's cool. And but yet you still talking about, oh, I'm preaching the word. I'm trying to get these people to understand the word. Like, for real? Is that what you're trying to do? Because that right there, that cult, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna get it. Just like when my brothers be attacking the Christians, it ain't gonna get it. I found that out about a year ago. You know what I'm saying? Just because they attack me don't mean that I gotta do the same. But in the same breath, the way that I'm brought up and the way that I am, that's how it works. But I'm working on that. You see what I'm saying? That's called maturity. You see what I mean? And what I don't see from a lot of you brothers that claim to be spiritual Israel, I don't see that at all. Get mad if you want to. I don't care. I'm telling you what I hear. I'm telling you the things that you guys are supposed to be standing on. You do it in such a calm and collected way, it's still a cut. Even though you took the knife and you didn't just cut me up, but you just slowly but surely just dragged it on down the line. It's the same cut. I'm gonna bleed out. Understand what y'all do, man. Understand how y'all carry yourself when you trying to communicate with the so-called Black Hebrew Israelite cult. If that's how you feel, don't talk to them. Don't try and build nothing. Don't try and correct nothing. You already understand that we in a cult, leave us alone. That's how you feel. If you about righteousness, figure it out. Go to the Most High, get understanding on how to address us to where we can sit down and communicate like brothers. If not, again, bro, I'm giving you guys warning. And it ain't like I'm going to come out and find you and shit like that. But if you're looking for conflict, continue to do what you do. If you're looking to correct, if you're looking to build like the Most High expects for us to do, then deal with him to understand how to deal with us, his people. Because the way that y'all go about doing it, man, it's not going to work. You ain't never going to see eye to eye. You ain't never going to have each other's back like you're supposed to. So, man, hey, I'm going to work on me, and I'll pray, and please work on yourself, man, so that we can come to a conclusion. Like, it took a minute for me to get with G-Con. I don't know if y'all understand our relationship, but it took a minute. You see what I'm saying? But I had to listen to G-Con to understand where he's coming from, instead of to respond to everything he's saying, just because I feel some type of way because he is I started listening to him, to understanding, the conflict started to separate itself. Now we can start having a relationship, a real relationship where we can build. You got my number if you choose to call. If I choose to reach out to him, I can reach out to him. I got his contact. I'll call him my brother. I call him my aunt. I call him my loved one. You see what I'm saying? Christian or not. Fight for the same fight I fight, which is righteous fight for the Most High. If y'all can't understand that in the Israel, y'all claim to control. Again, leave us be. How the Most High to deal with it. Shake your head and keep it pushing. You don't like how they dealing with the brother or sister, you know what I'm saying? Figure out a way to come at them to where you can build with them. If you can't build with them, dust off your feet, you can push it. And understand that there's some Israelites out here that's really rocking with the truth and really rocking with those who really thinking and expecting. Because like you said, we are the priests of the entire world. We are. We are to be the example. And if you don't see that in some of our brothers, again, walk away. If you see that in some of our brothers, try and build. And I hope, you know what I'm saying, my words didn't come across wrong, come across, disrespectful. Stop calling us cults. Stop attacking us as if that's going to make us change up who we are. Who we say we are. That's it, God, bro. Appreciate you, God.
If I may real quick, I would like to respond because I do feel like that was directed towards me because I am the one who said cult. I want you to first know that I am a Hebrew Israelite myself. And I stand by the word cult. And it needs to be addressed. We need to be able to get outside of our feelings and be able to look at ourselves inside of the mirror and see ourselves for who we truly are. We need to get past this. You can't call me this. You can't call me that. The same thing goes with the N-word and all this other kind of stuff. We can't be moved out of our place of peace and our place of domain. That's how Christ was. You could have called Christ pretty much whatever you wanted. He wouldn't have cared. If you got the truth, you got the truth. But most Hebrew Israelites do not have the truth. And when you warp people's mind, because that's what you're doing, it's called hypnosis. When you warp people's mind into believing a false doctrine and you lock them into that, you are exhibiting cult behavior. That is a problem. It is an issue. If we really are the priests, if we really are the prophets, we need to correct our own nation. Since when did a prophet ever come to his nation, see them in sin, and decided to keep his mouth shut? Since when has he ever been light about what he was saying about them? Jesus Christ turned to the scribes and Pharisees and he called them vipers, hypocrites. We need to address our people the way they need to be addressed. Yes, there is peace. Yes, there is love, but there is reality at the same time. We can't be whispering sweet nothings into their ears, just like the scriptures talk about. People going from place to place, looking for somebody to whisper sweet nothings into their ears. We need to stop. So this is my question as a Hebrew Israelite to all of Israel. Do we care about our name or do we care about the name of God Almighty? What's more important?
Well, I mean, me, I'm a Yehudi. I don't claim to be a Hebrew Israelite. I care about Yahuwah's name being lifted up more than anything. But one thing I have learned, and I think like almost 10 years since I've learned to try to live this life or walk this life, you can't be dogmatic about things. It's okay. Like I talk with people. Hey, look, you know what? This ain't right. Point it out. Boom, boom, boom. And that be that. I've learned that my aggressive, dogmatic attitude, I lose people instead of gaining people. Now, the reason why we see Mashiach acting the way he acted, the Pharisees came to him. He didn't go to them popping off at them. He didn't go messing with them. They were coming messing with him. And since they figured they knew it all, and they came messing with him, and they wanted to act like they was know-it-alls, he gave them that work. And that's how we have to be. We have to be meek and wise. Now, if somebody coming to you and they trying to bring it to you, and you ain't trying to bother them, you're just trying to do the will of the Most High, then hey, let the Spirit move you. Give them that work. But just to go out there and just bash people upside the head and ridicule them because, their things are not like ours, that's not the way to do it. Like, even with these guys tonight, I knew they were kind of young and babies. I didn't want to go hard on them. You know what I'm saying? But they know, hey, you know what? They got a chin check tonight. They got a chin check of love tonight. We can't say that. But with that, I yield.
So the Messiah did kick stuff up from the start.
See, G
I was about to say, you most certainly did pick stuff up and get things started. Like,
he went into those temples. He went into that temple one time and told them to stop being thieves.
Hey, nah, he did some more stuff too. Oh, you look at it, the Messiah going places like it says accustomed to going to the synagogue. Now you would think like he going to the synagogue, people ain't talking about that because they miss teaching the people. He got to teach. You know what I'm saying? Right, going to the synagogue. Then he told that you got some boys going in the background. Yeah. Going into the synagogues, right? He getting it popping, you know what I'm saying? But if you look at the prophets, not only did the prophets and the Messiah was going into Israel, he said, I was sending the prophets unto them daily. He sent the prophets unto them daily to where they got upset. They got upset and was like, this man, they were talking about God, talking about he be sending these prophets daily. And they was even mocking the fact in Isaiah 28, saying that they were saying that he line for line must be upon precept, and precept upon precept. He talked to us like we babies. They were saying God was talking to them like them babies, and he was saying had the prophets rising up daily. So the Messiah, and we look at them, was going to them getting it popping. He wasn't slacking. Elijah had another to be making fun of, the prophets of Baal. And to be honest, these are Israelites, and he was making fun of them because, and I'm not saying that that's what we should do for us, making fun of them, but he was telling them, listen, if you don't go to these people and cry out, Ezekiel sitting in front of these people, going in front of them, tying himself up like an old hog, and eating what was it, cow dung or whatever he was preparing his food.
Yeah.
He was preparing food with cow dung. And right in front of these people, you know what I'm saying? And showing basically that God is going to bring judgment on these people. So when you look at it says judgment come forth first in the house of God. Christ went to his people and was letting them know, and they killed the prophets, and they killed also eventually Christ himself. And so to seize on the inheritance. So I think that we should sit around and pacify a people. And when you look at if you say cult, even Christianity is a cult. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of cults out here.
You just say Christianity was a cult.
Yeah, it is. It is. When you start looking at what Christianity teaches, and it's not teaching apostolic doctrine, it's a cult, bro. That's a cult. And so we gotta understand that if a person is not getting back to strict teachings like they're supposed to be teaching, you operating as a cult. And that's just plain and simple. So when you look at
you about to get strung up, boy.
That's what I say.
But y'all already know, I really like when I talk to people, I try to let them know, like, hey, the church ain't where it need to be at. And a lot of stuff is going out within the church. It's not correct, yo. It ain't right. And so we can't be sitting up there pointing out stuff saying, well, look at the Hebrew Israelites did this or they did that or this. Well, hold on for a minute. Let's look at and let's see what's going on in the church that needs to be addressed concerning homosexuality, you know what I'm saying, pedophilia, all these different things going on within the church. And it's been going on for a long time. And really, to be honest, I'm just going to keep it real. A lot of these things are not just it's not just a church thing, or Israelite thing, or whatever people want to call it. It's a human thing, and really,
Yep.
and it has to be dealt with. Because
Yep.
when you sit up there, you say, and you sitting up there pointing out, oh, look at the Hebrew Israelites, or look at what the Christians. Well, hold on for a minute. It seems like that within our community, I'm saying within the black, and I'm not saying it's just the black community, because it's really a human thing. Like I said,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm
Mm-hmm.
dealing with is within our black community as I'm speaking right now, because when we point out that stuff, we act like that we don't see that these are black people that are committing things within our communities that needs to be dealt with. And so it's not more so it's an Israelite thing, or it's a Christian thing. No, this is a human thing that needs to be dealt with. And so then when we start looking at a whole scale and looking at humans in general, you start looking at homosexuality is running rapid within human beings. It's terrible within human society. And so, I mean, I really don't care less. I know we got the brother SHARPENING here too. I know he say something, but I don't know. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah,
Hey, I never heard you say that, G-Con.
yeah. Listen, I ain't holding no what you like. I'm not none of that, bro. Like I'm just trying to be truthful and let this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on. Like, and I can say even in, the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, I've never been, back down on saying that it's a code or people brainwashed. But I had a good friend of mine, and he's the only person that I've seen, probably him and another person. And I don't take nothing away from anybody who claims to be a Christian. But it's a guy named Lincoln that I used to study with. And he's the only true Christian I ever met in my life. Like, him, and I would say that Jordan Ortiz, SOC. Like, I see the love of God on these guys. When I hear Lincoln talking, he's mad with the church. He's a pastor. He's like, man, they playing church, bro. Like this dude's like, yo, man, the church is a joke now. This is what he telling me now. He's a Christian. He's a pastor. The man telling me they playing games and the church is a joke now. Like, it's like, yo, we need to get real, period. Like, it's not about flesh and blood. It's like really got to be about Mashiach and about the kingdom. And the kingdom is a kingdom of righteousness. It's not a kingdom of get your belly fat. It's not a kingdom of, people gonna serve me and make me feel like I'm to be worshipped. That's not what the kingdom about. But with all that, I'm a yield.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I say what I said, man. I see that, and that's why I said the church is not what it should be. And then we wonder why we powerless, and I'm saying whether if it's composed of Jews or Gentiles or whatever the case may be, it ain't what Christ was saying about the majority of people being wicked is and the people gonna be falling away and turning away. He ain't never lied when he said that. That's the truth. And so when I say that it's a lot of cultic activity going on, brothers can get mad, sisters can get mad, but it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? The church that we see today is a cult. It is not what we see in the first century. You know what I'm saying? The church that was built upon the rock.
See, G-Con, not to cut you off, I apologize. It's still out late, man. It's not about getting angry, bro. Yeah, it'll trigger a person like myself, shoot, to hear that verb. You know what I'm saying? And how it's being used, right? Like, I don't have a problem with it being used, honestly. When it's being used in a sarcastic shot, I have a problem with it. When it's being used as if, they walking around with a perfect linen suit on, unspotted, I have a problem with that, bro. You know what I'm saying? And to save my life, when I spoke, I was speaking in truth and with wisdom, I wasn't speaking in defense of people who act in a cultish way. They everywhere. understand every nation's a people, right? That's understood clearly. Even our people, my elder know I understand this. So when I say what I say, I would expect for brothers, again, that stand on righteousness to understand what I'm saying. And see, the response should have been different, should have been more along the lines of, man, you know what? Dealing with the Most High, when I come to a situation where I'm kind of itchy and edgy and ready to just jump raw, like right now, I wanted to respond to you. While you was going in and talking, I really unpaused and I was about to cut you off and go in how I normally do, but I'm fixing it and I'm working on the shard. See what I'm saying? Like in real time. Like I'm talking to my coworker right now, like, man, like this dude he just took everything wrong. I said, bro, if you hear something from an individual and you're not feeling it, deal with the Most High. If the Most High ain't send you nowhere to deal with something, it might just be for you to hear it and then come up with some understanding. So when you see the brother again, now you can have a dialogue with him instead of everything turning into an argument, something negative.
God, that's
You know
wisdom.
what I'm saying? It's like I don't. It ain't about protecting wicked. I hate wicked on both sides, Christians and Israel. Don't get it twisted. I'll go hard on a woman and a man the same way. Only reason why I go hard is because I love you. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't give a damn. I wouldn't say nothing to you about nothing. I'll let you do what you do. Just like I don't say nothing to these other nations of people that don't give a damn about who we are, what we stand on. What I need to talk to them for? Are they coming to ask me any questions about our heritage, about the law, statutes, and commandment, or the will of the Most High? There's nothing for me to talk to them about. There's nothing for me to talk to them about. They're not about to play sarcastic games with his children, acting funny like they don't have no understanding. They might not be acting funny. They might just really don't have understanding. But if they don't have it, it's obvious they're not seeking for it. They're seeking for everything under the sun that deals with this world and man's will, but they're not seeking the will of the Most High. So, man, listen, man, I'm not here for no conflict with nobody. When I hear certain things, I just feel like, seeds needs to be planted so that we can get past the BS and the childish shots that's always being taken on both sides. It's got to come to at some point, somebody got to mature up and be like, you know what? That was a shot. Bless you, bro. No problem. Cool. You know what I'm saying? But still trying to build with your brother. Still trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. And if they keep on taking shots to keep on keeping on with the BS, dust your hands and dust your feet. Do it moving. But man, we gotta stop this, bro. If you want to build with Israel, if you want to build with the brothers that you feel are in the cult, learn how to address them, man. That's simple, bro. Take it how you want to take it.
All right, cool. Once again, I'm gonna respond to you. So first off, you don't know me, but if you did know me, you would know that I'm one of the first people to proclaim my own sin. Walking around with a clean linen suit, having no spots on me, that's not me at all. Not even close. So past that, once again, I said cult and I meant cult. That wasn't no slick remark. That wasn't me being funny. When I called them babies, that's what I meant. I can tell that what they're doing is fresh. They just got started and they are working off a pamphlet. When they were asked questions, they had to resort to the same old basic scriptures that if you heard any other Hebrew Israelite camp, you would know exactly where they're going, what they're about to say about it. If there's a Hebrew word here that you know it. And for you to act like you don't see what's going on, you're pacifying, as was just said. And when you talk about like coming back and dusting off the feet, that's cool after a while. But honestly, if you really look at what Christ was doing, he was pestering people. He was walking up in their temples, reading off of their scriptures. Yo, today the scriptures fulfilled in your ears. Bust off, big riot breaks out. Walks up in the temple, turns all over the tables. The apostles, when they were walking around, they were like, yo, stop preaching here. The next day they came right back. Yo, we said stop preaching here. Next day came right back. All right, now we're gonna start beating you. Came right back. All right, now we're gonna stick you in jail. Came right back to the same spot. Like, come on, bro. Like, be real. Like, step up to what you're reading. Like, I'm not even saying I'm special and do anything like magnificent. Like I said, I'm the first person to proclaim my own sin. I'm terrible. I am terrible. I'm disappointed in myself. But at the same time, I'm not gonna pacify what the truth is to try to get myself into the kingdom. If I have to tell the truth and the truth condemns me to hell, then I'm gonna tell the truth and condemn myself to hell. But I ain't pacifying the truth. That's why I asked you, what do you care about? Do you care about your name or do you care about God Almighty? Your name's gonna perish. His won't.
Yeah, well, let me say this. This is Elder YARAH. There sometimes in our zeal to to be righteous, I do believe in righteous judgment, but we have to be careful at times because how we address things and how we say things and words that we use, they can be condemning. And even though, we have disagreements, the scripture tells us that he that winneth souls is wise. And so sometimes, even though we do see Christ, we do see Mashiach at times being very assertive and very authoritative. He was the authority of the Most High. And so we do see him exerting his authority in the Torah, in the scripture. This is what we see. But what I don't see is him rejecting the publicans or rejecting those who were unseemly. When he called for the banquet, he gives the parable of the banquet and those who he invited. He didn't invite the devout men or the righteous men and women of Yasharal. He invited those who were looked down upon. He invited those who were seemly. He invited those who were cheats and cutthroats. Those are the ones he invited, and he did not condemn them. So how much more should we address our brothers and sisters who don't agree with us and who may and do have some doctrines that are of men and not of the Most High, that we definitely need to address. These brothers that tell you, I'm not one. I don't give place to the adversary at all. When I see certain spirits and I see certain things that are said and certain things that are be done, I give no place and have no qualms about shutting it down in the spirit. I don't have any problem with that. But I can't approach everyone the same way. You have to deal with people in wisdom and in knowledge and in love. Some people don't allow you to do that. That's a fact. But I know my brother Yashar, when he says we can't just stick a cult label on people because they're lost in the truth, or you think that they don't have the same understanding that you should have, we have to be very careful when we do that. And I'm not condemning or pointing the finger, but I'm just saying that there is a point in time when we're dealing with people that we do have to hit them head on. Like, hey, pump the brakes, stop. That ain't what the scripture says. That's not the will of the Most High. Brother Yashar did a teaching earlier, I believe, earlier this morning, on following the will of the Most High versus the will of man. And so we have to be very, 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 very cognizant that our speech be seasoned with grace when it comes to our brothers, because they are still our brothers. even though they may be dealing with demonic spirits or under demonic oppression, or they may have challenges in their mental state, or they may be under influence of those who are not teaching the scriptures correctly. We have to be very, very careful that we don't push them so far away that you can't reach out to them or they can't hear what you say. Proverbs, I believe Proverbs 18 tells us again, it's easier to take a gated city, a strong city, than being able to get through your brother whom you've offended. And so we have to be cognizant of these things. I love all my people, you know, and I deal with them and such, you know, but, you know, again, you know, is especially among Israel, YAHUCHANAN, we tend to want to do what we see others do, and that's splinter things off. A lot of people talk about the Christian churches and how we're supposed to be different from the Christian churches, but the Christian churches got 1,001 different denominations. You know why? Because somebody else came with a different interpretation of the scripture, and so they decided that they can't build with that person can't build with that person, and so now you got 101,000 different denominations of Christianity. Well, if we're not careful, and if you look real close at YAHUCHANAN, Israel today, those of us who say we're woke, we've been awakened, and we're coming into the truth of the Most High, and we're following His will, and the Mashiach is our example of how we should do this thing, and we're being led by the Ruach Elohim, then if we're looking just like Christians are. And there's no indictment to them, but we're looking just like how they are. We got a camp over here and a camp over there. We got a church over here and a church over there. We got a different doctrine over here and a different doctrine over there. Somebody lying. Somebody ain't getting it right. But we all can't be right, and we all can't be wrong, and we got all these different sects going on. So what my brother is saying is that, listen, if you're saying I'm a cult, well, I'm in a cult, I get it. But how does the Mashiach, how does he want you to address that when it's coming, when the ultimate goal is not about the name or whose name do I want to worship, but it's about their soul. If my focus is about winning your soul to the Mashiach, if that's my goal, then I have to be wise in how I approach my brother or my sister. I have to be wise. So, yeah. So that's all that's the only thing that I would add to that, because that is a big thing among us, and I see it growing increasingly among us. This is why we started, under the direction of the Most High, this Yahweh War Machine, to bring Israel together, even though we come from different understandings and different backgrounds and different foundations. Can we build in righteousness and in love with one another without cutting each other off at the knees or stabbing each other in the back? Go ahead. I'm done.
Praise the Lord.
I wanted to say, all right.
I'll let you come back, Matt. I just want to say I need to find out how to connect with Yahweh War Machine, number one. The other thing I want to mention is just that principle that Paul brought out about how knowledge can swell your head, and a lot of us, when we come into a greater revelation or more knowledge, that pride, then we got to go with that that trial of being prideful. And this is where I'm at in my walk with the Lord at this point, that's coming so clear, just so centrally important, humility versus pride. And I think every brother in here can relate to what I'm saying. The importance of humility. It's not an easy walk. It's really, it really is. If you really try to humble yourself, man, y'all know what I'm talking about. Peace, y'all.
Hey, I have a question for the panel. So in the Bible, two people say this. One would be Paul. He says, if you teach another Jesus Christ, those people should be accursed. Then we come over to, I believe it's our good brother John. John says, if they teach another Jesus, don't even bid them Godspeed. Jesus Christ, when he's talking about having followers, he says, woe be unto you when, I'm paraphrasing this, but woe be unto you when many people come unto you, for so did the people, or so did their fathers, the false prophets. But blessed are you when people shall hate you, for so did their fathers, the prophets. Like, I wonder if you guys understand the parable of the salt that he's talking about, where he's talking about sowing the salt, and it's not even good for the flavorless salt, and it's not even good for like the fields or anything like that. It's not good for the dung.
Yeah, let me see.
He's saying it doesn't matter how much salt you have. If you have a giant pile of salt, if you have a bunch of people, if you have a bunch of followers, if you're making a bunch of people happy, but it's flavorless salt, it's not good for anything. A little pinch of salt will be better than this giant amount of salt that you have. So my question for the panel is, how do you take those scriptures where it says, if they preach another Jesus, they should be accursed, and if they preach another Jesus, don't even bid them Godspeed?
Okay. First of all, Watchman, I sent you a private chat thing with my email. I mean, not my email, but my Facebook name. So you can send me a Facebook friend request. If you want to, I'll send you my number. Now, let me address what Abishai is saying. Abishai, I know for a fact that because you identify as some type of Israelite, I know two people, and I've seen it with my own eyes, treated you wrong, very wrong. They didn't even really get a chance to get to know you or know what you think. They just know that you was identifying as Israel, and they was treating you like if you was some kind of 1West thug. You must first use the spirit and understand where people are coming from sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? Like you got to know your audience. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to know the person who you're talking to. You have to be led by the spirit, because the end goal is to win souls, right? Or to inspire people to give their lives to the Mashiach. Now, these brothers that we talked to, or whoever we talked to tonight, they wasn't hostile, they wasn't aggressive. Trust me, if this was Sakari, it might have went a little different. Because we know Sakari them kind of know better. You understand what I'm saying? We're looking at who we're dealing with. We're just trying to fill these guys out. We never talked to these guys before. We don't know who these guys are, but we're trying to build something with them to get them to see that, hey, you know what? Maybe what I'm in, this ain't right. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, dang, yo, we can't answer these scriptures. Something's not right. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe this is what happened tonight. It was a seed planted, and it's getting them to look in the mirror. I'll let somebody else answer according to what Abishai was saying. Somebody else on the panel.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Matt.
Peace, big bro. I love you, man.
You too, brothers.
Speaking of love, I just want to let everybody know that and I'm not gonna be addressing what he said immediately. You know, he had a great question, but I'm not going to be addressing that yet. I just wanted to first off say that that I love every last one of y'all brothers on this panel, and I love every single professor in Hebrew that I ever spoke with. I even pray to this very day that as I continue to talk with them, that they would they would feel that the Holy Spirit would truly encapsulate all the words that I say with love. Like that's the reason why I do what I do. It's to reach out and to heal. It's not to prove to be right. And just to be honest, you know, I've been talking with Hebrews for the past 10 years of my life. That's a long time. And I don't think that that's, you know, anything that's, you know, by mistake or, you know, but I'm going to tell you what I see when I talk to them, especially the younger ones. What I see is, and what I hear is, they have these questions in their soul of why. Like, why do they believe what they believe? Like, that's what I'm wondering in my heart. Like, why do they believe what they believe? I look at that and I look at the questions they have, and it's like, you know, why are we as Black people discriminated against? And they look at the environment around them and they see that like nobody else is really going through like they are uniquely. They'll ask questions like, well, you know, why are we like messed up the way that we are? And all of a sudden it'll lead to other questions like, well, who am I? And I'll watch them go through these kind of questions. And even when I was 19, I had that question of myself, like, who am I? And I think all young people go through that. But the thing is, sometimes those questions really do come from the fact that people, you know, they really need healed from the stuff that's happening around them. If they don't get any kind of answers, it does resort to violence. And so when all of a sudden there is someone who comes and starts to give them like some reasons beyond just, oh, well, the world is full of sin, all of a sudden they have this concept in their head as to why all this stuff is happening. And this concept that comes to them basically is dressed up in a way where it only gets them to think about themselves in terms of the Bible. And from that little premise, it does end up giving them some sense of purpose. But I watch how they end up running with that, and I look at what God is doing. And it's like sometimes because of that thing that really ain't healed in them yet, and they found this thing where they have this idea of themselves and this sense of themselves in the Bible, it runs pretty much against the narrative that's in the Bible about what God is doing and what God is up to and what he wants to do in the world. And so it's like until that is addressed, that issue of identity and why and all this other stuff, then it doesn't matter how much we show them what Jesus really came to do and what the apostles were doing and what God is trying to do with all these nations and things. All that stuff, you can show them how differently and how foreign whatever they believe is from the Bible. You can show them that all day. But until it's like, you know, we find a way to address that issue of identity, then it's like we'll be talking past each other. And I remember I was in a training last year for gangs, and it was all the way up somewhere past Altoona. And the person ended up in the training, he was a teacher. He said, do you know that the rise of gangs in America are primarily from a lack of identity? It's a unique American issue. And it really makes me think very intricately about, you know, the Black Hebrew Israelites, you know, and those things. So when I end up talking with a lot of the brothers, they have a lot of good intention, you know, as to how they want to go ahead and practice God's word and things. you know. But until like they actually decide for themselves to really sit down and to walk scripture out and compare like what they really see in the word versus what they're being taught, then it's gonna go past them. And it's gonna go past them because there's something in them that needs healed. And I stand on that, you know, and that's the reason why I do what I do, because I've seen when people are healed, they go in a whole different direction. Whole different direction. I'm not saying I know everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I got the whole truth and nothing like that. No, I'm not saying nothing like that at all. You know, I'm just saying that this is a reason why I talk with them. You know, it's like I just want us all to be in a place where God will have us be in the way He wants us to shine in the world with His agenda. You know, and not our own. You know, not based on our identity. No, but who we are in Him. You know, I could have said more, but yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up for now, man. But I love y'all. I'm serious.
Yeah, well, calm, man. Well, man, I agree with you. You know, like I said, I love my brothers as well. I followed a lot of you brothers, you know, and I still do. You know, one thing that we have to, you know, seriously take into account, and I agree with, you know, with what you're saying, Brother Matt. But the scriptures themselves, the scrolls themselves, the compilation of them, the book, the Bible itself, is a spiritual identity book, but it's also a natural identity book as well. Because we can't study the scriptures and say that everything from the Bereshit to the book of Revelation it never points to a physical people, and it only points to a spiritual people. And so with us in our unique position, as you put it, by having our identities ripped from us, right? And when we go into this book and we see these things that happen to the people that are in that book, and we can see ourselves, we can see our reflection in that book, our physical reflection. And along with our spiritual reflection, we can see our total man in that book. So to say to us, we should just latch on to the spiritual only, but we ignore the physical, and we ignore the mental aspect of it as well. Like it's hard to really make that argument and to really say, listen, you know, don't worry about whether or not this is actually speaking to you as an individual. But it's just, but this is only for your spirit, man. It's more than just for our spirit, man. It's more than just for our spirit, man. It's like who we are naturally. Like, how strong can a man really be growing up as a young boy, a black man growing up as a young child to a man when he never knew who his father was, his birth father? You don't know, you don't even have his name. That's something that our people deal with and have dealt with for a very long time. And when we see that in this book, that it says, you are the people, you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation. That's not just speaking spiritual. And the contention comes in, and the contention comes in, and oftentimes the anger, I agree, is manifested in that, because now we're reading something where we've been told in this natural world where physically we're at the bottom of the heap. And we're looking in this book and it tells us we're the greatest people. I mean, how do you not look to that as well? And to take that and to still say, here, take this spiritual identity, but forget that natural identity. We're still doing our people a disservice. Now, can we all say we want to argue about DNA? We want to argue about haplogroups. We want to argue over phenotypes and who YAHUCHANAN actually was. Can we track them from the Levant through southern Kemet, through coming out of Egypt? Can we track them from East Africa all the way to West Africa, through the transatlantic slave trade, to the Americas, to the Caribbeans? Can we track our people? Can we see our people? We've gone through all these arguments and all these things, but we're still just, listen, we're still just looking, and we still need that physical identity. Because for right now, if even those of you who believe in the rapture, you have not been changed in the twinkling of an eye. You're still in the same body, that natural body right now.
That healing that I believe the brother Matt is also brother SHARPENING, that he spoke of, that is so needful within the black man. Let's just call it the black man, all right, in this country. Now, the thing that the elder was just speaking about, surely that revelation would bring that healing that you bringing out, brother SHARPENING. I mean, that for that to be true, for this realization of our, like the brother said, our natural identity that was stolen from us. And then me, I'm thinking I'm a Gentile who became a Christian because he believed in Christ. And in 2006, I'm turning around saying, you know what? I'm not a wild olive branch. I'm the natural one that come back to faith. You know how much that blew my mind and what that did for me? I can't even, it's like fire shut up in my bones, bro. Peace.
You know, you said something, and I think this is, once again, just going to drive my point home even more. You know, because we all have these snap out of it moments. We all have these wake up moments. We all have these, I've never seen that moments. I didn't realize moments. Now, I meant what I said about the lack of identity. I laid down some reasons for it, which were very good, historical, all that. And I said, it's like a sickness. We need healed. You said this book says we are the greatest people. That's what you said. When I look at the quote unquote greatest people, they were sinners just like everybody else. They went into captivity multiple times. That is not the way that God originally wanted to spread the message about who he was. A lot of the writings that we're reading about the prophets, the greatest people killed them. There's a lot more I could say. When the Christians came around, they definitely did have some real issues. I think it's funny that God never scattered them. He sent them out. And those who persecuted them scattered them. but they still ended up maintaining their faith and they spread it about. Now, I do believe that identity is fundamental. We all believe that. That's one of the fundamental things of life. Of course, we believe that. The Bible clearly paints the image of identity within our relationship and communion with God. That's one difference. And it's sad because we miss that, because we're looking for identity in some other way. What that other way is, I won't get into that yet because we'll really open up a can of worms. I don't want to do that, at least not yet. But it breaks my heart that that is what we miss in the Bible that's rich with that could heal us. And we trade it for something else. And the Bible is not about your identity. It's not. It speaks a lot about, other nations and Israel and all this and that. But the message and the purpose and the campaign and the agenda of God, it's not about your identity at all. And that I think that's the part that that we're really at an impasse on, because as much as I could go ahead and show things that are very clear in Romans 9 or Philippians chapter 3 or anything else, and you constantly see things where God is constantly picking the younger person over the firstborn, and he's blessing them, and he's calling a spiritual life. That says a lot about God. And then all of a sudden Paul backs it up and says, oh yes, that's the real, children. That's the real seed of Abraham. It's this spiritual stuff. That's going on all the time. And what makes it worse is that the apostles actually got all these teachings. Guess who? From Jesus. That's the reason why a lot of times people don't like to read about the things that Jesus says about stuff, because, Jesus does spiritualize things a lot, which was one of your complaints, and like I say, I could go through all those little examples that everyone's heard before, but you have to sit back and look, as I said in the beginning, about what God is doing and what Jesus is doing and what they're teaching and what you're saying and what you're excited about. And you have to look at those two things, and if they look like night and day, you got to stop and be like, whoa, where did this come from? Why am I having itching ears for this? And yet Jesus, who I'm reading about every day, is sounding like those pesky Christians or something. That has to be looked at. It really does.
Brother SSOREAL, let me ask you this. When the scripture tells us that we should look for, or we would know who the Messiah or the coming Messiah was and was to be, how are we to identify him?
If you want to identify the Messiah, you identify him by what the prophets spoke about him. The apostles definitely did a great job at that. I find it interesting that the apostles did a lot of identifying Jesus on the certain things that the prophets said that he would do and that he would accomplish, not what his phenotype was. Not what.
Are you sure about that? Because
I'm absolutely. I'll say it again. I'm absolutely certainly positive.
So
that the disciples I have to say this. I'm absolutely certainly positive that the disciples did not define that the Messiah of the world who would save all those who believe, who would die for the world, did not identify him as by his phenotype, by his race, or anything like that. The closest that you get is when they begin to say that this Messiah will come from the lineage of David of Judah. That's it.
Okay. So with that,
and the reason why is very different from what you're preaching. But
so hold on 1 second. But with that being said,
yeah,
how come it couldn't be from the line of Israel?
Because the prophets did not end up saying that the Messiah would come from, that from the Israel line.
But if you're saying it makes no difference because it's just all spiritual is the only thing that matters, then why would they not say he could come from Esau?
Oh, that's very simple. Because this gets back to something that Paul said in Romans 9, that the purpose of God might stand. Now, we all know that God does things for specific purposes. So if we see that God says, hey, you know what? I want my son, my only begotten son, to come from this line of Judah.
So when you say line, you're referring to what?
I'm referring to the line of Israel.
When you say line, are you referring to lineage? Are you referring to a race?
No, not a race. I'm referring to
you're referring to a specific bloodline?
No, a lineage. No, a lineage, because
define lineage for me.
Lineage. It literally means your father's 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 father. You're gonna go ahead and come from this line of people.
Okay, so if it's your father's father, hold on. If it's your father's father,
no, this is very important.
You do.
No,
I know it is. I know it's very important. I know it's very important.
I know.
I know it's very important. So just give me a second. Give me a second. If your lineage says hold on, brother.
This is extremely important.
If your father hold on, SHARPENING. If you say that your father, if you say that lineage means your father's 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 fathers, does that not translate?
Point,
hold on, brother.
And then I'll go ahead and continue with yours.
Brother, what are you afraid of? No, hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to get some clarity in your statement. That's why I asked you the question.
Right.
You say lineage is your father's 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 father.
I'm saying
that not translate to a physical seed?
Yes, it
can be identified. Hold on.
Yes, it does.
Be identified physically.
Yes,
not
it does.
Spiritually.
Right, of course.
Physical seed.
Right? Yes, a physical seed. Yes. So I want to get back
to the same thing that we read in Romans, right? When he talks about from the line of or the flesh of David.
Yes, exactly. So I want to get back.
So what is the flesh of David? Is that spiritual or physical?
That's physical. So
so when you say, when you tell, but hold on, brother, when you tell us the physical identity of the Mashiach, it does not matter, you're incorrect in the scriptures, brother.
Time out. I am not
split the hairs, brother.
I'm not incorrect. Time out. I am not incorrect.
You're absolutely incorrect when you say it doesn't matter.
No, you have to hear out why I'm going to say I'm not incorrect before you say.
It's deceitful when you say it does not matter.
No. I'm telling you that what does not matter is not that Jesus, his physical seed does not matter. I never said that does not matter. What I said doesn't matter is that this notion of Jesus being defined as a phenotype.
But he was defined as a phenotype.
I'm gonna say this again.
Well, hold on, brother. He was defined as a phenotype.
I'm gonna say this again. When the apostles, because this is what you asked me.
I didn't ask you about the apostles. I didn't ask you about the apostles.
No. You asked me about Jesus. And I said, when the apostles identified the Messiah, because that's what you asked me. I said they identified the Messiah by what the prophet spoke of him. and the content
That's
of what
because that's what he
and
asked
the con
him.
and the
He didn't
con
ask
wait
them.
a second, wait a second, and the
See, this is where
content
you play games,
and the
so real.
content. Wait a
This is
second.
where you play
Wait
games, so
a
real.
minute.
He
What is
didn't ask them
No,
a
and the
question
content of
about
what
his
they
physical
use.
seed.
Hold on,
He
bro.
asked
And
them,
the
who do men say
content,
that I
I end
am?
up saying,
He was
in the
speaking.
content of what they
He was
use.
speaking
I
in a
want to say in
spiritual
the
aspect.
content.
Who
I
do
said
they
in the
think that I
content of
am?
what they
He
use.
wasn't talking about his lineage there.
And I said in the
When you're trying
content.
to encapsulate that the apostles was only
I'll
giving
tell you
him
what.
a
I'll tell you what. I'll
spiritual.
wait till you're done.
Come on, brother.
I'll
Let's
tell
not
you
do
what.
that.
I'll wait till you're done.
I mean,
Okay, I'll wait till you're done.
Let's not do that. That's all I'm saying.
No,
Let's
right.
not,
I'm not.
let's
Okay,
not
so
be
can I
deceitful,
speak
though.
and address what you said?
Yeah, but let's
No,
not be
I'm not trying to be
deceitful.
deceitful at all. See,
Okay.
that's the thing. I'm not being deceitful at all. So can I continue?
When the apostles addressed him, he said, "Who do men say that I am?" They say some say that I'm Elijah, right? Some say that I'm a prophet from on high. That's because they answer him that way because he asked them that question in a spiritual context. He didn't ask them who my father was, who my mother was, who my brothers were, who my cousin was. He didn't ask them that. So
Okay,
when you say they weren't concerned about his phenotype or they didn't ask him about it, that's because that's not the question that they posed to him. Don't be deceitful.
Oh, I'm not being deceitful at all. So can I address everything that you said?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna before I go ahead and do that, I'm gonna go ahead and lay down what I said again because I don't want anyone to miss it. You asked me, how did the apostles identify the Messiah?
Phenotypically.
And I told you that they identified the Messiah by the prophets. And when
I didn't ask you how. Hold on, I didn't ask you how the apostles identified him. It's not what I asked you.
What did you then? All right,
I didn't ask you anything about the apostles.
Okay, then excuse me. Then did you ask me how is the Messiah identified? Did you ask me that? Okay, great. Right.
But so that's not solely how he was identified.
I got it. So
can I being disingenuous?
Okay, can I speak? Okay, can I speak?
Don't be disingenuous.
No,
that's not a good look, so real.
Time out. I'm not being disingenuous. Notice that not one time.
Do you not understand the question that I'm asking you? Wait a minute. Do you
wait
not?
A second.
So
Notice
real. So real.
No,
Do you not understand the question that I posed?
You cutting me off. Notice that not. Yes, I do. Notice that not one time
that I posed.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay. I want you to let me continue. Okay, thank you. Notice that not one time did I ever negatively infer anything on you. I just simply heard what you said, and after that, I just tried to address it. Anytime that any one of us, including me, would negatively infer anything on anyone, we have to go to this big commercial break for the person to justify themselves and prove that, hey, I'm not being disingenuous. I'm not being nasty.
Well, you have to do that, and you have to have those caveats because you guys do that quite often. You do that quite often. Because when I asked you, about the scepter out of Judah, you just wanted to brush that off as only a spiritual connotation.
No, I did not.
Judah, that's why I asked you about his line, his lineage.
Right.
And when I asked you about his lineage, you start giving me what the apostle said about him spiritually. That's how you're being disingenuous.
Okay, that's the part where you totally got mixed up.
No, that's where you start to lie.
No, hear me out. No, hear me out. Allow me to explain. And if I'm wrong, you could point it out when I'm done. The moment you begin to ask me about line and what does line mean, I ended up pausing what I was trying to tell you about a very important part about what God was trying to do. And I ended up addressing that by saying, yes, a line means a physical line. Then after that, you said, well, okay, does that include a physical seed? And from there, I said, yes. And I wanted to go ahead and get back to my point, and instead, you continued on that tangent. That's exactly what happened.
First of all, it's not a tangent, son.
Just one more thing.
First of all, it's not a tangent. I just want you to be honest and direct with the question I'm giving you, because you're doing a lot of buck dancing and shuffle bucking.
I'm actually not. And when I wanted to
shuffle that we don't
excuse
like.
me, real quick. I'm not doing it at all. And when I wanted to get back to my original point that you cut me off of, you interpreted that
because you won't answer the question directly.
No, that's the thing, though. I would not mind until you allow me to go ahead and just set down what I'm trying to say.
But
you interrupted me, and even though you did
your exegesis, I just need you to answer my question. What does lineage mean? And when your father, is that the important of the physical seed of the Mashiach? Because
okay, so see, that's the thing.
He didn't say he came through the line of Esau or he came through the line of Israel. It says he came through the line of Judah. That's a
right, and I was
lineage with with the people who had a phenotype.
Right, that was the original thing I was trying to address. The question that you asked me, bro. The question that's what I was trying to originally address. You asked me why did he choose Judah and not any other line. That was my original part that I was trying to address. And when you came in with your extra question, it interrupted that, and I still ended up answering it partially. And I wanted to answer the rest as soon as I got back,
brother. You start talking about what the apostles
right. I use that as a part of my answer. And it's funny that you had a problem with that later in the line, and not.
I don't have a problem with any part of this. I don't have a problem with the scriptures, brother, at all. I have a problem with how you use them to deflect the question that I asked you.
And see, that's the issue.
And the importance is his physical lineage. Is his physical lineage important?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you said previously that he wasn't.
No. I did not say physical lineage. Okay, I will. I most definitely will. You had asked me, why did God choose the line of Judah and not Esau or anybody else? And I'd like to get back to answering that original question. And then from there, we could talk about, line, lineage, all that. The reason why is because of what Paul said in Romans 9. He said that the purpose of God might stand. Now, we all know that God does things for specific purposes. He does it all the time. I think the law is a perfect example of that. You definitely see God end up, telling the Israelites to do these certain laws. And after that, in the New Testament, you get these revelations behind why those laws were done. It always has something to do with Jesus. It's the same thing with the physical lineage line. And so when you look at the reason why God is actually having him come through a physical lineage in Judah, this is the part where you and I split. Are you ready? You'll notice that all the reasons that God does it is not because of race or, being the greatest people. It's not even for any of that at all. You look at Judah, for one, Judah actually means praise. It means one to praise God. Then after that, you look at the fact that he's called the Lion of the tribe of Judah. And so you see these spiritual reasons behind why God does these things. A lion was not applied to any other tribe but Judah. But this is a way that God envisions his son. This is why he does it. And you just keep on going and going and going. There's so many other reasons why he chose that line.
Was Judah
and
a
it's
physical
all because
person? Slow down. Was Judah a physical person? Yes.
Yes, Judah.
Hold on.
Yes, Judah.
Did Judah have a father?
Yeah.
A physical father?
Yes, he did.
Who was that physical father?
Yes, he had a physical father.
Who was that physical father?
His physical father was Jacob. His physical father was Jacob.
Okay, did Jacob have a physical father?
Jacob had a physical father.
And his name was?
Isaac.
And who was Isaac's physical father?
Isaac's physical father was Abraham.
Okay. Does the scripture tell us that Abraham, before the birth of Isaac, right, had no heir before Ishmael, right? He had no heir. And so that he was going to, Abraham in Genesis was going to do what? Leave his inheritance to Eleazar. Am I correct?
Correct.
Why was that important to be mentioned?
That was important. Yeah, that was important because as a man, you want your legacy to continue.
And what is your legacy based on?
Your legacy is based on your physical line.
Your physical seed.
Yes.
So your physical seed is important to whom your legacy goes through. Now, what does the scripture tells us that how all of the nations of the world would be blessed?
It says that all of the nations of the world, all the families of the world would be blessed through Abraham.
Through Abraham's what?
Oh, and also through Abraham's seed.
Right, his singular seed, right?
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Right. And so when it talks about his singular seed, is it just talking only about spiritual seed?
Oh, it sounded like you were still going to say something else. No, it was talking about a physical seed.
Okay. So we can go as far back to Abraham, and we can see that the physical seed of Abraham will also be the spiritual promise. Am I right?
You're right. The physical
seed. So you cannot separate the importance of the physical, which encapsulates phenotypes, lineage, bloodline, from the spiritual.
Thank you. I'm so glad
you can't separate it. And I never said you could, but you said it doesn't matter as much. It all matters.
Right. I'm so glad that you said that.
That's what I've always
said. Just got to say, no, hear me out. No, hear me out, because we're really getting to some understanding somewhere. When I end up saying that, is the physical seed doesn't matter, and all this physical stuff doesn't matter and things like that. When I end up trying to say look at all these phenotypes and stuff that you guys are pointing to and all this and that, and that was not what God was trying to get on. I literally did mean that, but I meant it in the sense of this was. Yeah, I'm trying to answer that now. I meant, yeah, I meant that. I meant that in the sense of that this is not the core reason as to why God was doing things. Now, let me go ahead and demonstrate with all the examples that you gave with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Ishmael, and Esau, and all the rest. This is the reason why. You ready? Here it is. Here's the other way of looking at it. Now, the way I'm about to point to you is the way that you can find in the New Testament, in Romans 9, and all the other places. Look at Abraham. Abraham was given a promise. He said, look, God said, look, I'm going to go ahead and give you a son. Eventually, he lost faith, and he decided to go ahead and give himself his own son by way of his wife. His wife ended up talking him into, doing things with Hagar. And from his physical work, he produced a physical seed, right? And yet, God never called him. God never said, oh, before he's born, his name is going to be this. He never said any of that. But guess what? He said it about Isaac. Before Isaac was even born, he said, oh, you know what? This is going to be his name. And this is going to be who he is. Spoke about all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, Isaac was born. But it took faith. Abraham could not rely on his physical work because it was a miraculous birth with two really old people. That is a miraculous birth. That's a miraculous thing. And yet, look at what Isaac did. Isaac had two sons, Jacob and Esau. The one that's supposed to be older is the one that's supposed to get the blessing. That's just the way it went back in those days. But God was like, no, I'm going to choose the younger one. And that says a lot about God. It says, look, just because you came first doesn't mean that you're going to get my blessing. You're never going to earn me. If you get anything, it's going to be because of me. And so the blessing went to the younger one, which back in those days was just culturally foreign. That was a purpose of God's choosing, the purpose of election, that his purpose might stand. And guess what? It speaks a lot about God. And it gets all this focus of physical, oh, it's about me and I did. It gets all that away. It speaks a lot about God. God, why did you choose Jacob over Esau? God, why did you end up having Isaac being born the way that you did? It speaks about God's work. You can see God in the work. So much so that it's to the point where you could even see God in the work of his own son being born. It wasn't because of Joseph. It was because of the Holy Spirit. And so when I say that, you know, phenotype and physical seed and all this other stuff doesn't matter, I'm saying that it comes subjective to the spiritual, because the spiritual blessing that comes through that physical seed that is Christ, but yet he was born of a virgin. And at the same time, he gives all these spiritual blessings like salvation. That is the reason why the spiritual will always be primary against the physical. Because it's funny that every time we end up looking at the physical enough, we end up looking at ourselves. And that's a very dangerous thing. It's almost idolatrous.
So was it idolatrous when the Most High informed us not to mix our seed? Like, let's look at Daniel 2:43, right?
Okay.
So it says, and whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, and they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. Like, we can go throughout the scriptures and see where we're warned not to mix our seed.
Why did God say that? What was his issue with that? Why didn't he want that to happen?
Not to mix our seed.
Yeah. Why?
Not to mix our seed.
I'm asking you why. No, I'm asking you why. What was God's concern?
No, it wasn't his concern. It was that if he wanted them to be blessed, he wanted them to be a pure and holy nation, separate.
Mm-hmm.
But they refused. And so because they refused, out of their disobedience, in his grace and in his mercy, he stayed his hand of judgment many times. Because you see, every time that they did do these things, they not only were destroyed by these other nations, but they lost their identity, one, and they lost their spiritual identity. So this is what I'm saying. You keep trying to split the hairs, and you cannot do it.
I'm glad you brought that up. You said that the reason why God wanted them to not mix
it wasn't
their
just
holy
singular, brother. It wasn't just a singular reason.
Oh, I know. I know.
So unless you get ready to say that the physical was just as important as the spiritual consequence, then that's what you should be saying. But that's not what you're saying.
No. That was a wrong anticipation to me. So you should just continue to listen to me instead of anticipating me.
But I've been listening to you, and all you
anyway,
keep saying is that the physical don't matter. It's not prime. It's primary. It's secondary.
Okay,
it's secondary to the spiritual. But you keep splitting the hairs.
Okay, now you're repeating yourself.
I'm repeating what you said.
Now you're repeating your.
No, I'm repeating what you said. You said that the natural on the physical seed was secondary to the spiritual seed. That's what you said.
That's what I said.
And I'm telling you,
that's what I said right there. That's what I said.
When you do that, you're splitting hairs. And when you do that, you're being disingenuous.
Okay, so let's test that to see if that's true. By what you just brought up in Daniel, I end up asking you, do you say that the reason why God said that he doesn't want their holy seed being mixed with other nations is because he wanted to keep them sanctified and set apart? That's what the scripture says. Am I correct?
As well as a separate offspring. He didn't want them to reproduce with that mixed seed. That's physical as well as the spiritual things that they were being introduced to by doing this. This is what you even see. Listen, this is what you even see in Ezra's, in the book of Ezra. When Ezra came out back from captivity, what did he tell the priest to do? He said, get rid of them people you mix with.
So all right. So this is my question.
But
okay, go ahead.
Wasn't that a physical and spiritual consequence?
Yes, it was. So back to questioning.
Can't keep splitting the hairs, brother. You can't just take the piece you want and leave the other on the side.
That's the thing. I'm not leaving the other on the side if I said that one is more important than the other. I never said the one is not important.
How is one more important than the other?
Because one
there is no instance where they both don't go hand in hand.
Yes, they do go hand in hand, of course.
Okay, so how can you say one is more important than the other?
Because the spiritual is always a more concern to God than the physical. Allow me to go to explain.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you explain. So when the scripture says that our bodies, our physical bodies, are the temple of the Holy Spirit, you mean to tell me that it's not talking about to take care of your physical body?
Of course it is.
Okay, then. So why you keep trying to split hairs?
That's the thing.
One is more important than the other.
I tell you what. Allow me to go to address what you said in Ezra, and okay. Thank you. So you ended up now. I wanted to ask you one more question before I address this, so we can clearly see the contrast, because I don't want us to miss anything. When God says that He wants, them to not mix with the other nations, to contaminate the holy seed, is His ultimate concern as to why? Does it just end there? And if it doesn't, does the extra reason or anything else, is it more important?
What do you mean does it end there? What do you mean by end there?
What I mean by end there is, those people are not Israelites, therefore don't mix with them, period. That's all I'm concerned about, period.
Yeah, he actually tells you why he don't want you to mix with them.
I know.
It's a twofold reason, though. It's not just a spiritual reason. It's also a physical reason. Because even when you see, this is what I'm saying.
Okay, I got it. You're repeating yourself. So I want to address.
Because I'm not repeating myself.
Actually, you are.
I'm reinforcing what I'm telling you. Because you keep trying to split hairs.
You see, that's it. You're reinforcing. You're repeating.
I keep trying to split hairs.
So I want to address what you said here in Ezra chapter 9. Okay. So now this is the reason why I have my stance. My stance is that the reason why God said, don't mix with them people, and I want to go ahead and keep you sanctified, is because the means and the purpose and the reason why He said it is because those people worship other gods.
That was not the only reason, SSOREAL.
No, this is where you lie. No, I'm not. Excuse me. Time out.
This is where you lie.
No. I'm not. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Wait a second. No, wait a second.
Are you gonna sit here? Hold on.
Oh, no. Hold on.
Are you gonna sit here?
No, excuse me.
Are you gonna sit here and try to say to us that those people that Ezra said to send off? Hold on. Those children.
Excuse me, I never once said, excuse me, time out. I never said that was the only reason. That never came out of my mouth.
Hold on.
Excuse me. No. You hold on.
Those women were all idol worshipers.
Once again, excuse me.
That's what you're going to try to say here?
Excuse me. I never once said.
That's what you're going to try to say here. That those women and those children.
Excuse me, I never
idol worship.
That was the only reason.
Why don't you say that?
Excuse me.
Hold on, y'all.
What I was about to say was that was the main reason.
You can't say that's the main reason.
Yes, it is. Allow me to
go hand in hand.
I want to go ahead. Now, I want to go ahead and show you why here in Ezra chapter 9. Here it is. Now, before I even do that, I want to say just because something goes hand in hand does not mean at all that doesn't mean that one is more important than the other. Have you ever heard of dominoes or any other kind of thing like that? Look at this.
So real. Don't play with me, brother.
Ezra chapter 9, verse 1. This is what it says. This is what it says in Ezra chapter 9. It says this. After these things have been done, the officials approached me and said, the peoples of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the peoples of the land with their abominations, from the Canaanites, Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and Amorites, for they have taken some of their daughters to be wives for themselves and their sons, so that they have mixed the holy seed, has mixed itself with the peoples of the lands. And in this faithlessness, the hand of the officials and chief men have been foreknown. And it says, as soon as I heard this, I tore my garment and my cloak and pulled the hair from my head and beard and sat appalled. He said, then who trembled the words of the God of Israel, because of the faithlessness of the returned exiles gathered around me while I sat appalled until the evening sacrifice. And so if I were to go ahead and continue to read the rest of this chapter, you would see the same thing that God had a concern in Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Judges. And that is every single time God had a concern about them mixing with other seed, it was because he did not want them to go ahead and go away to serve and be with their gods. I mean, that's pretty much like fornication or adultery against God, because he's supposed to be your husband. He's supposed to be your God. That's what he was concerned about. And not only that, if you say that, well, you know what, he just didn't want them to mix up their holy seed and that's it. And that's all.
Is that not what the scripture says?
Oh, no, wait a second. And that's what God's concerned about. And that's it. Then it would totally contradict the law in I believe Deuteronomy chapter 5, where it says, hey, you know what? If you're afar off, which is a place for Gentiles, and you actually come across a woman after battle and things like that, you can go ahead and shave that woman's head, clip her nails, allow her to mourn her family for 30 days, and then from there you can go into her and she can be your wife. That would also contradict Esther 8:17, where it said, and many of the Jews, or many of the enemies of the Jews, were circumcised and became Jews for fear of the Jews. That will also contradict Judith chapter 14, verses 5 and 10, where Achior the Ammonite actually circumcised. He was circumcised and then he became attached to Israel. That will also contradict Isaiah 14, which is fulfilled in Ezra chapter 6, where you had returning strangers, like the strangers that were returning with the exiles, actual Babylonian strangers who attach themselves to Jacob. That's a physical thing. They're actually having wives and husbands with these people, but the difference is that they circumcised themselves and they became part of Israel, just like in Exodus.
They circumcised themselves and they attached themselves. Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on, brother. Listen, hold on. That's a different thing that you see here.
There it is.
So, that's a different thing that you see here, and it's not contradiction, because when the scripture clearly says here, don't mix your seed. Let me get it for you. Let's go to Deuteronomy and get it, because I'm going to show you something. Let me go here. I think it's Deuteronomy 22. Okay, here. Deuteronomy 23, right? Let me go down here. It says, an Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation. Shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever? Right? So who were the Ammonites and the Moabites?
Gentiles, as far as I'm concerned.
They were Gentiles, right? They were not of Israel, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So when he says they shall not marry the Ammonites or the Moabites, right? Right?
Right.
Okay. So when he says they shouldn't marry the Ammonites and the Moabites, were they talking about just the spiritual understanding of of the Ammonites and the Moabites, these being descendants of Lot?
No, that wasn't the context at all.
So it wasn't just about the spiritual, or were they specifically speaking about the physical?
Well, there's no spiritual stuff about it at all. They just
Why would
said,
you hold on? Why would you say
end
there's
up
no?
having
So why would he say, if there's no spiritual? This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. If there was no spiritual context here,
okay,
then why would he single out the Ammonites and the Moabites? If you're just saying it was just purely physical here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. You know what? That was my mistake there. I kind of missed what you said because I was focusing on something else that you said. Yeah, that was my mistake. Yeah, I mean, there definitely is, like, you know, some spiritual overtones. I mean, for one, entering the congregation of Israel, like, that's a spiritual thing, you know.
Right, but
but at the same time, you know, it is.
Hold on, brother.
Physical.
But was he talking about mixing their seed with these physical people? Yes or no?
In that verse, no. When it said,
what?
Oh, no, not in that verse. No. When it specifically says, right, exactly. It says entering the congregation of Israel. That's religious talk about coming into the group. You're becoming an Israelite. Everyone knows how you become an Israelite.
Hold on. It says to the 10th
Right.
generation, right?
Yeah.
It says, so before the 10th generation, you do not marry an Ammonite or Moabite, or they shall not. Or you shall not enter into the assembly. You cannot marry. You cannot.
Enter an assembly.
Right.
See, that's covenant talk. When you hear that talk about entering the assembly and things like that,
so
that's covenant talk.
Exactly. So can the physical seed of Lot, the Ammonites and the Moabites, could they physically enter into the congregation of the saint of Israel?
Well, I think the more important question is, did they? And the answer is no.
I didn't ask you what you thought. I asked you a direct question.
Okay.
Is this talking about physical descendants of a people?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Physical descendants of Lot.
Right, of course. And according to that,
why are the physical descendants of Lot? Not
and
the
according to
spiritual
that verse, I got that. And according to that verse, they could not enter into the congregation. So
so how would one know? How would one know?
To a follow-up question. Why?
So how would one know if you were an Ammonite or a Moabite?
Why is it that despite that,
how would one know if you were an Ammonite or a Moabite?
Because you're not circumcised and you're not keeping the law.
Circumcision physical?
And you're actually worshiping other gods.
Is circumcision a physical thing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we clearly see again physical. We currently still see Ammonites and Moabites physical.
Yes.
Did they look a certain way?
I'm sure they did.
Okay, so again, we're talking about phenotypically different.
Sometimes it all depends.
So it depends on what?
Well, it all depends on what kind of Jews.
So the children of Lot had the same DNA as the seeds of Israel?
It's funny that you mentioned DNA and you skipped over phenotype.
I mean, phenotypes, DNA, however you want to do it, even phenotypes.
So they, of course, like, you know, I'm sure a lot of them did have the same phenotype, but I think the follow-up question is, despite that,
was there a physical difference in their appearance?
The follow-up question to that is, why were the
That's
actions
not the follow-up question. That's your follow-up question. I'm asking you, was there a distinction made?
I already answered.
Physical distinction made with these people.
I already answered 4 of your questions.
Humor me again. Was that a physical distinction made or not?
Yes, it was. Now,
okay, so
question,
again, there's a physical distinction made and a spiritual distinction made in the same verse again.
would you allow me to speak?
I'm just asking you, do you see that?
Yes, I do. Now,
okay,
would you
so
allow
why
me
do you keep acting like it's not important in the scriptures when we see this over and over and over again?
That's the thing. I'm not acting like it's not important. You're putting words in my mouth.
No,
Will
you're
you allow me
saying
to speak?
one is less important than the other. When we clearly see they both work together hand in hand over and over and over again. And for you to try to dismiss it,
just because
is disingenuous.
That's a false. That's a false assumption. Just because one ends up working with another does not mean that one is not important than the other. That's false assumption.
That is not a false assumption. Okay, because you're making the assertion. You said one is primary. You make the assumption. That's not an assumption. You said one is primary. So how am I making a false assumption?
Excuse me. I never said that was an assumption. I said the assumption is that you say, oh, well, one is affecting the other. Therefore, you can't say one is more important than the other. See, that's what I was saying your assumption was. But so back to what I was going to say.
But because
notice that despite that verse.
So real, when you say something is primary, you're the one putting one above the other. You said that the spiritual is primary.
Yes, I did. I'm putting one above the other.
So then you're doing that, not me.
That's how I see what y'all talking about.
Right, of course I am. Right, I told you that I was. So anyway, I wanted to say, despite what you're reading about the Ammonites, why on earth in Judith chapter 14, verse 10, you have Achior the Ammonite? He's being circumcised, and he attached himself to Israel. He had joined with Israel despite
that. What generation was he in?
Can you explain that?
What generation was he in?
I've been looking for that because
I don't know what it is, but obviously.
Hey, hold
on. I think it's funny that it says in Deuteronomy that they were not to be there forever.
But what generation does it say?
I thought forever was forever.
I can hear you now, G-Con.
Hold on. What scripture?
It says the 10th generation.
What scripture?
It said the 10th generation.
Deuteronomy
Judith 14,
chapter 23 and 3.
Yeah, I brought that out the last time. It's Judah 14 and what?
14 verse 10.
Verse 10, yeah, that's the one I was looking for. I'm glad, I was looking for that one. I had brought that out of my shoulder last time when I was dealing with the brothers. But it says forever. The 10th, which card means forever though. So,
yeah. So what do you say about that?
That's what I say about what?
Like when you
about despite this verse about saying, hey, you can't be here to the 10th generation or forever, like this, what do you do at Achior? The best you can say is, oh, it must be after the 10th generation. So what was the point of going to the verse?
Because you went to the verse. I didn't go to that verse. You went to
no. You went there. You went there. I didn't go.
I went to Deuteronomy 23.
That's what I'm talking about.
So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about my question. I'm talking about my question in Deuteronomy in Judith, which is directly related to Deuteronomy because we're talking about Ammonites.
Hold on real quick so you can understand this. That you do know that there's an exception to this rule, and I think that's what we was talking about when we were dealing with these brothers concerning the promise. It cannot the law cannot disannul the promise because the only way he can get in basically is through the promise.
Right.
The reason why I say that is because when you look at the Ammonite, you look at the Moabite, and you look at Rahab, and then you also look at Ruth. These are coming in through the promise and saying, and what is the promise? If thou bless, it says, if thou bless, in thee shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. I will bless those that bless thee, and curse those that curse thee.
Right. Right. So what I'm trying to get so real to address is why were these specific provisions made for these people?
For who? For the people who joined in, or for Israel?
For the people joined in.
What provisions? Wait, huh? Provisions.
Why was these provisions made for them? For them to be able to join themselves to the law.
Oh, because God had made a covenant with Abraham in Genesis 17 that said, even those who are strangers, who are not of thy seed, and their body,
hold
money,
on. Stop right there. Even those who were not what? Even
not
those who were
of
not
your
of
seed,
the physical seed, not spiritual seed.
Yes,
the physical
right.
seed.
That's
Hold
right.
on, brother. Right.
Yes.
So
allow me to
I'm gonna ask you again.
No. I want to answer your question. Allow me to continue. So that he said, even they have to go ahead and be circumcised and go ahead, and then we'll go ahead and be a part of the people.
Physical sign.
Right, but the promise,
that's a physical sign.
It's because they have the promise, though. I think so.
Right, but they only had the see. Even though they had the provision of the promise, doesn't mean that they all adhere to the promise. See, you have to submit your will. Hold on, brother. You have to submit your will. But yet there was a specific provision made for them. Because the question is, how come the promise, which didn't just begin, which just we don't see the promise was just given at the time of Abraham. The promise was given in Genesis 3:15. So why was a specific provision still made for tribes of people who were not of Israel?
Because God wanted them to be a part of his people. This is the reason why Isaiah says this people.
Thank you.
Wait. I'm not done yet. This is the reason why Isaiah himself even said that God said, this people have I formed for myself. They shall shew forth my praise. Forming, that means making. That's the reason why circumcision and covenant was important.
Brother, did he not choose Israel as his own?
Yes. What's your point?
What other nations did he say he chose as his own?
But
none other. What's your point?
My point is you can't deny.
Oh, and here's a bigger question. No, here's a bigger question. Why did God do that?
Why did he choose them?
Yeah, why did God do that?
He tells you he chose them. He tells you he chose them. He chose them in Egypt.
No, why did he do it? Why? Why did he choose one people? Why did he choose to be faithful to one people? Why did he do that?
Because of the promised seed of Abraham.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, would you also agree? We already
talked about that. But the promised seed of Abraham was not just a spiritual seed.
I have another question. Would you also agree that another reason why God did it was because he wanted to show how a faithful husband should be to his wife?
Well, let's read the scripture.
We know Israel wasn't faithful.
Right, but who was?
Well, hold on.
God gave them a bill of divorcement. So
right,
I mean,
no.
I don't
who
understand
was
what
faithful?
you're talking about. Did he not divorce them?
It's a simple question. Who was faithful?
Did he not divorce them?
I have a simple question. Who was faithful in the relationship?
Did he not divorce them?
I have a simple question. Who was faithful?
You haven't answered a specific question.
No. I asked you the question first. So do me the honor by answering.
This dude. I'm gonna just be honest.
Yeah, I know.
Can y'all see my scripture? Can y'all see my screen? Look what it says.
Yeah. Okay.
This is Genesis 18:18. He says, The Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham the thing which I should do? He says, seeing that Abraham should surely become a great nation, a great and mighty nation. But look what he says. And all the nations of the earth should be blessed in him. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this out is because when God seen in Genesis 11 that these people fail, it seems that in Genesis chapter 12,
that's when he starts to stop from dealing with man as a whole, and he starts dealing with nations. So when he's bringing Abraham out, he's separating those people. Abraham
Right.
wants to also bring in these people right here. So what he's
Right.
so it was a one time they had a sermon, and in that sermon it was like, God brought you out, right? Brought you out to bring people in. You know what I'm saying? And so when he brought Israel out, what he had on his mind is not just Israel, but also the people that will come to that the glory of Israel, which is Christ too, as well, because they will see this nation of kings and how
Right.
so we all know that. But the reason why I bring
Right.
that up is because I think that when it comes to the Holy See being mingled or being separated from the other nations, it's because of he's telling you why the abominations of these people. And when you look at the abominations of these people, God don't want them to be doing that, so he's keeping them separate, and he's keeping them separate from that type of lifestyle. But I'm trying to figure out what's y'all little arguing about? What led to this conversation to where y'all talking about
Yeah, I can answer that. I'd like to go first. Basically what it led to it was something that I said from my heart when I spoke about how when we have this nagging questions is why are these things happening to us? Who are we? And all of a sudden we begin to not get those kind of answers. And all we have this pain and this hole in our heart, and it needs healed. But the problem is that when we end up getting our answers in such a way where it puts us against what the message of what the Bible is really trying to say, then that is the part where we take the Bible and we turn it into the very thing that we are craving to have, which is identity, and that the Bible is all about our identity. And then I quoted him saying that the Israelites, that we are the most important people on the planet, and that's what really got it going. And that's basically what it was, and with that, there was actually like 2 verses that I just wanted to read real quick, just to continue to point out what you just said.
Okay, enough of that. So all you
crazy.
simply said was that the book has nothing to do with identity. This is what you said. It has nothing to do with the physical identity of a people.
Not what I said. I said the
You said
Bible
it had
is
nothing to do with the physical identity of a people.
I said the Bible is not about your identity.
Okay, fine. He said the Bible is not about our identity.
Right.
And I said that's absolutely incorrect, because clearly it gives Christ, it talks about his physical identity. That's important, because that's also not just the spiritual way that we know him, but it's also the physical way in how we know him.
I have one question. What is the Bible about?
Enough of your questions, brother.
What is the Bible about?
Listen, it's about God choosing to bring salvation to the world through a physical people. And you can read all you want to about Abraham. You could talk about Christ. You could talk about Ruth. You could talk about everyone you want to in this book. But you cannot separate the physical identity of YAHUCHANAN from this book and say that it does not matter.
A physical people or a physical person?
A physical people or person. People, son.
Oh, so it's either Jesus or Israel.
It's both.
Really? So God wanted to go ahead and ultimately just bring salvation through Israel. It wasn't ultimately.
Could you not, let me put it to you this way. Without Israel, how is salvation brought to the Gentiles?
What'd you say?
Without Israel, how is salvation brought to the Gentiles, according to the scripture?
The same way it was for Noah, and the same way.
Take the physical seed of Israel out of it.
I just answered you.
matter.
I just answered your question. I just answered your question. You missed it because you were talking over me. The same way it was for Noah, who's not an Israelite. The same way it was for Enoch, who's not an Israelite. The same way it was for Abel, who's not an Israelite.
So you mean to tell me that Noah could have brought salvation into the world?
No, you said, how can salvation come without Israel? And I said,
how can it come without Israel?
Right. And I said, the same way it came for Noah.
How was that?
Righteous by God. The same way
the world
for Abel.
Not to the
whose
world.
blood cries out in the ground.
To the world.
Yeah, Noah was. He was to the world because the known world at that time would have been his children and also those.
No, G-Con, no, G-Con,
Noah was preaching to the world.
No, G-Con, no.
Well, we could agree to disagree.
No.
So
the only way salvation is to the world is through the Mashiach, brother.
No, I'm saying that he was preaching the Mashiach.
He was preaching the Mashiach, but what had to survive? A physical seed.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, because I think that what he was trying to say is that that when you talk about like Paul, when he says he counted, he says, I'm a Hebrew of Hebrews. He said, if anybody think themselves to be anything, it should be me. He said, I'm a Hebrews of Hebrews. He's naming, I'm a Benjamite, this and that, wop, this,
absolutely.
All. And then he says at the end, he says, all of those things, he says, I count for dung that I might win and gain Christ. So what he's saying is that God didn't choose Israel because they was racially Israel. That's not why he chose them. It was a purpose to it. So God elected Israel according to his purpose and his assignment that he was going to do going back to Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at if, like, for instance, if a person is not if they're Israelite, they can't identify if they're Israelite or not or whatever. What he's saying is that even if they're not an Israelite, even if they don't know if they want or not, the first thing they need to be trying to do before anything is just identifying Christ. That's the first thing. Because really, if you're saying that you're an Israelite, right, and you're not in Christ, it don't really matter. None of that matters at all. Because you can be an Israelite, as he says, it says, I know that you are Abraham's seed, but you seek to kill me. And you ain't gonna get it anyways. The people who counted for the seed is those that are of faith. And so faith is not a racial thing, basically. It's not
well, we're not talking about race, and that's the problem.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We're not talking about race. We're talking about the physical seed of Israel. The physical seed. That's been the argument. The physical seed, which he keeps saying is of no importance.
Okay, let me
no importance. You're teaching against what the scripture says.
Well, the physical seed does have an inheritance, but the inheritance is through
but listen, the promise does not even come into the earth without the physical seed.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But that's what he told.
That's Abraham. What I'm telling him. No, I'm telling him you can't have one without the other. And one is not more important than the other.
I agree. One at a time out. I agree that you can't have one without the other.
So why do you keep saying one is more important than the other?
Well, hold on. Let me say this, because the scripture says that God is able. The scripture says it's God that is able to raise up these Christ for Israel. So the importance is there is a physical seed. We understand that, but when Christ come, somebody got to stand down, and I think that it's those who we see that is the physical seed to put Christ.
Right. So when the scripture tells us that it's Israel who will be a light unto the nations,
right? What's the glory of Israel for them to be a light unto the nations?
Okay.
Well, hold on. Let me go and address that real quick. You know what? This is a part where the New Testament starts to sound like those darn pesky Christians, because Luke in chapter 2 writes about a priest, who picks up baby Jesus and quotes Isaiah 49:6. And he says, my eyes have seen your salvation. And guess who he's staring at? Jesus.
From the tribe of Judah.
And then after that,
he wasn't staring at Jesus from the tribe of Esau.
And then after that,
because if he was staring at someone from the tribe of Esau, that wouldn't be the promise, would it?
And look at the issue. You pointed as Israel as being, oh, look, the salvation goes into the earth. But yet, in the New Testament, someone looks at Jesus and says, oh, it's going to be him. It's not going to be a nation. It's going to be a person. You know,
what do you mean is, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You're putting an emphasis on Israel bringing salvation.
How long y'all gonna be?
I'm not putting an emphasis on bringing Israel bringing salvation. I'm putting an emphasis.
How long? Wait, hold on, brothers. How long y'all gonna be? Because I'm finna give somebody mine. Y'all gonna have to end the show.
No, we can end this.
Okay. All right. Well, we can end it, but there's one crucial thing I did want to say, and it was this: Ezra 9, verse 14. Shall we break your commandments again and intermarry with the peoples who practice these abominations? Will you not be angry with us until you consumed us, so that there would be no remnant nor any escape?
Okay, hold on. What is a remnant?
Now notice.
No. What is a remnant?
I'm not done.
What is the remnant? Who is the remnant?
I'm not done listening. I'm not done laying my point. You're not listening. I'm not done laying my point.
But who is the remnant referring to?
I'm not done making my point.
Who's the remnant referring to?
I'll answer everything as soon as I'm done.
Who's the remnant referring to?
I'll answer everything as soon as I'm done. I want to make my point.
So you keep trying to split the hairs,
No, I'm not splitting any hairs.
You run into the same brick wall.
There is no brick wall. Anyway, Judges 2, verse 2. It says,
who is the remnant, bro? Don't.
And then it says,
for 1 second.
And then it says, and you shall make no covenant with the inhabitants of this land. You shall break down their altars, but you have not obeyed my voice. What is this you have done? Notice that these two verses, and I could have went through Nehemiah, but I'm cutting it short. Notice that these two verses have God saying, look, I don't want you mixing with these people because of their abominations.
Okay, how do you mix? Hold on. How do you mix? How do you mix with the people? Hold on. How do you mix with the people?
You physically
what is he referring to when he says mix?
You physically mix with them. But anyway,
he's talking about, hold on. He's talking about sexually procreating, right?
Of course. So
okay,
notice,
so is that physical?
Notice that
brother, is that physical or spiritual?
The reason. So did you notice that the reason why
procreating a physical thing?
Did you notice that God's reason why he did not want them to?
He's still talking about the physical act of mixing your seed, brother. You keep running into the same brick wall.
I'm gonna answer your question.
It's already answered.
It is not a brick wall at all. Let me continue. Notice, no, it is not. Notice that the reason why God did not want them to mix him with the physical seed was because he did not want them to go after their other gods. If you try to say once again that the problem was just physical, then again,
I didn't say it was just. I said it's always twofold. Yeah. And you keep saying one is greater than the other.
It's not the main reason. But then why is it that he laid down a reason?
There is no main reason. It's
the commandment is this. Reason.
Don't mix your seed.
If physical seed was the main reason, it would contradict when God said, hey, you can go ahead and marry a foreign woman after she's
the main reason. I keep telling you can't split hairs. Do you know what that means?
Okay, then it's the physical.
You know what that means, so real
reason. Okay, then is a physical the main reason?
It's not the main reason, no.
Okay, then what is?
But one is not more important than the other. Because
I asked you what is the main
always first. Listen, brother. The scripture tells us first natural and spiritual.
Final question.
First natural
Final question. Is there a main reason?
You cannot negate.
Is there a main reason?
Negate the physical obedience.
Is there a main reason? Yes or no?
Brother, Listen to this.
Is there a main reason? Yes or no?
Listen, brother.
Is there a main reason? Yes or
Does
no?
the scripture teach obedience is better than sacrifice? Is obedience better than sacrifice?
Is there a main reason?
Is obedience
Is there a main
better
reason?
than
Yes or no?
sacrifice?
Is there a main reason? Yes or no?
Is obedience to God's word better than your sacrifice?
Is there a main reason why God said don't mix with those
God? Is your obedience to God better than your sacrifice?
Is there a main reason why
I never
God
said there was
wanted
a
them
main reason. I said you can't say that the main reason is only spiritual.
That's not the
main
reason. I'm asking you a strict question. Is there a main reason why
I've
God
told you
said
this several times, and I've asked you over and over again, and you
several
coward,
times.
you won't answer my question.
I asked you several times because
You're
your
a coward.
issue
I just
is that
asked you the question several
that
times.
there's a main reason.
You
And
a
you
straight
call
coward, dude. I asked you, is the obedience, what's the obedience to God's word? Not to mix.
There's a main reason why
do the
God did not
physical
want to mix
action.
with other seeds.
Not to do the physical
there a main
action. Why?
reason?
Because if you
Is
do
there
the
a
physical
main
action,
reason
if you
why
do the
God said
physical
don't physically
action,
mix?
then it will produce a spiritual consequence along with the physical action. And you keep
Is
trying to
there
split
a
the
main
hair.
reason why God
keep trying to
said not to
split the hairs and
mix
you
with
can't
those
do it.
people? You
You
won't
can't
answer
do
the
it,
question
brother.
because it ends your argument.
Brother, you can't split the hairs.
I'm
Are
done.
you retarded
Hey,
or
I
what?
tell you what,
If you
hey, bro,
obey God's word,
man.
his word is don't do the physical
more
thing.
of his question, and
I don't get that
he
from you.
just
Why you
won't.
don't
He won't
understand
answer
that?
the question. And
If his word is not to
so
do the
you
physical
won't answer
thing,
the question because it
what do
ends
you
your
mean I
argument,
won't
and
answer
that's
the
all.
question? I've been answering you all night.
You won't.
You won't
Here,
answer the
I'll
question. You've been
you
skating
right now.
I see why people don't like
Is there a
God.
main reason why
This is terrible.
Is there a main reason why God says don't mix with those
I
people?
just told
Yes or
you
no?
1,000 times there is no main reason.
There's no main reason at all. So
There
God
is no
just
main reason. There's two
Really?
things. There's a
Right.
physical consequence and a spiritual consequence. One is not greater than the other. They both work hand in hand. I keep saying this to you all night.
I'll prove it to you in another
Because
way.
the obedience,
Isn't
hold
it-
on.
isn't
The
it
obedience
interesting?
is this.
I'll tell you what.
you don't
I'll
get.
prove it to you in another way.
Obedience is
Isn't
this,
it
not
interesting?
to mix.
I'll say this. Isn't it interesting in Isaiah
brother.
chapter 1? I want you to hear this. Isn't it interesting
brother,
that
the
in
directive
Isaiah
was
chapter
this,
1,
not
no
to
matter
do it
about
physically.
no matter about all the ritualistic stuff that people did, God did not accept it because of their moral disbehavior. And after that, he said, cleanse yourselves. And then the means of that
We're
cleansing.
not talking about what you're talking about. I'm talking about physically procreating. We're talking about the physical line.
But notice one brings about the other.
See, that's how you try to move the
one brings
goalposts.
about
Miss
the
me with that, so real.
Ain't that
We're
something?
talking about, I asked you about does lineage matter? I asked you, did Christ's lineage matter? You said no. I asked you, did Christ's descendants matter? You said no.
I can go to multiple places in scripture and prove my point.
Brother, you going to multiple places exactly to prove your
I
point.
haven't seen
But
you
you're
do
not
that.
proving what I asked you. You said that the physical line of Christ does not matter.
You avoided what I asked you.
I didn't avoid not what you asked me not one time. You said the physical line of Christ does not matter.
I'll tell you what. I'm just ever going to pray for you, man. I'm really serious.
You need to pray for yourself. You don't need to pray for me.
Address you.
Pray for yourself.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Because what I hear is that you really hate being yourself.
No, I don't hate being myself at all.
You have the problem. I think you have the identity crisis.
Look at that. Look at that.
Because you're doing everything you can to go around the fact that Christ, that the Mashiach's physical descendants matter.
Do you hear this, everyone?
And his lineage matter. And you keep trying to say his lineage doesn't matter. And that's not biblical.
Do y'all hear this, everyone?
I hope they do hear it.
I'm hearing it. It's very painful to listen to.
I'm really asking a serious question.
You cannot say the lineage of the Mashiach does not matter, brother.
I am so sober right now.
Okay.
We can't tell.
Let us go to the
I'm done. I'm going on mute.
I wanted to reciprocate when you entered the room, so real, you entered in speaking about the love that you have for the brother, and even them that disagree. And I believe that pretty much everybody in the room reciprocated with that sentiment. I know I do, right? So that being said, that's really paramount and important that everybody acknowledge that, because that's what we was commanded to do by our leader, King of Kings. So that being said, I believe the brothers, the elder was saying that there is no one against another. Okay, not to rehash the whole argument, but basically what I'm hearing him say is that there is no primary. You can't say that spiritual and physical, that one, like the brother kept saying over and over, they both work hand in hand. And I believe y'all really agreed on that, but yet the contentions kept going. And that's what I don't understand about a lot of these conversations, because I notice there'd be a lot of people that come together in these conversations, and I be peeping stuff. Like my moniker is Watcher, and that's exactly what I do. I watch and listen, right? And I'm saying they be in agreement. I'm listening to what each one is saying. They be in agreement, but yet contention rises. And I'm wondering, where is this coming from? Where is it really? If they're in agreement, and I'm hearing what they're saying, and they're in agreement, I'm gonna drop this, y'all. What I'm about to say. What I've learned recently, like this is what my relationship with my wife. I heard a message, and the point of the message was, they said whenever there was contention, that pride was at the root of it all. Right? I'm not accusing nobody. I'm just letting you. I want y'all to reflect on that.
I agree with you. I agree.
Peace
Yeah,
to
I'll
y'all.
definitely reflect on that. Thank you.
Hold up. Hey, Watchman, 215. Did you see the private chat I sent you with the Facebook name and my phone number?
I heard you, YAHUCHANAN, when you said that earlier, but I'm kind of in a position where I can't really check that right now.
No,
Where
it's on it's in here. What I'm saying is I sent it to you privately in here. You should be able to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna look for that. And I'm gonna try to write that down, because I really want to connect with you brothers. And let me tell you something. G-Man, the elder, and So Real, just like So Real, what you said, man, I'm feeling it. I love all of y'all, man. I'm not being facetious. I'm just
No,
telling you. Yeah, I know y'all know, because like spirits will resonate on that, and when we reflect, we're gonna come to the same conclusion. You know what? I love that brother. You know, he got on my nerves.
Yeah, I don't got no hatred for So Real.
Right.
I know you don't. I'm gonna look for that. YAHUCHANAN. I'm sorry if I'm messing your name.
Hey,
Yeah.
see where it say chat at? Look on your thing. You know where you can see where you can control your mic and your video. If you click on chat, you should see that you have a message from me, and you can write that down. Do you see it?
I'm gonna go to it right now. So I'm gonna mute out, and I'm gonna find it. Peace, brother.
Right.
Brothers.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna end that on that note, and appreciate the watcher 215 for coming in with those kindly, beautiful words. And man, Shaw love. We up late. It is what time? 12:50 Eastern Standard Time.
Man, it's too late. So Real, you done had me up this late, man.
I sit in the same spot putting dents in the couches. Abishai over there, man. He ain't talking about nothing, man. He didn't let them brothers run him out of the room earlier. Hey, them brothers say they want y'all on the hot seat, man. They say y'all some coons, man. Ain't that crazy?
Who said that? Zakari.
Yeah, they want you. You know how they.
Man, I'm gonna go on there and talk about that dude weak rap videos.
Nah, you can't. Nah, that nigga's
Yeah, hard. You tripping?
Oh, they said we some coons.
Yeah, man. But he was just playing though. But well, he probably was, but at the same
Nah,
time.
they weren't playing. They were playing, but they wasn't playing. I know what you're saying.
But yeah, so they won't try to learn that, man. But I'm telling y'all right now, man, y'all better have them scriptures ready. I seen how these brothers they sorry them. They slick.
Nah, I don't. They won't get away with it. But I don't know if I'll be there. It all depends on when it happens, because the way I'll be working. But I know Moor, Anonymous, and YARAH, they're gonna rip them apart, man. Like they're not gonna be ready for that.
And they inboxed me specifically saying we want them on the hot seat, and I'm like, man, let me talk to these brothers. See what's going on. They saying I don't know. They might try to. They know it ain't sweet around here. Anybody no push. It's just good about having your scriptures on deck. That way, when they asking you questions, because you ain't got those scriptures lined up, them brothers is gonna try to play down.
Yeah, they do that no huddle cognitive dissonance offense.
Yeah, that's what they do. And when they ask them questions, they be asking them questions on some Bart Ehrman type stuff. They try to be slick, because that's the argument that they doing now.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, so it is what it is. So I'm gonna be getting in touch with you, Elder, so I can give you the information.
Mm-hmm.
Where y'all can touch base with him, because inbox me was saying that he liked to question y'all brothers, and he was in here trying to. I guess he was riding with the sharpening swords. That's just his. They linked up with them or whatever.
Their little proteges or something.
Yeah, but brothers didn't really get at them like they want. And then next week they said the brother inbox me and told me he don't want no conversation but with nobody with me. So he wanted to debate me next week. So I'm gonna have to get a moderator in here.
Yeah, you know, we can get aggressive, but we was really light today. That's why. That's why I was telling, what's his name, Abishai. I was like, if it was like Sakari or somebody,
Oh yeah,
it would have been totally different. But we you could tell them guys was new to it, and stuff like that. We wasn't trying to.
Wait, I don't know. The brother can rap, but he don't know them scriptures.
You said what?
I don't know. The brother can rap, but he don't know them scriptures though.
You said he don't know them scriptures?
He talking about Deacon. He said Deacon can rap.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he can rap, but he don't know them scriptures though. I said this one rapping nigga right here, man. He can get it in, man. He get it popping. I be listening, man. He going hard, man. But then you hear some of them scriptures coming out. Yeah, this boy don't know what he talking about.
Yeah, man.
Definitely can rap though. I ain't gonna.
Yeah, he can rap. I've seen his music, man. He decent.
Yeah, well, man, go ahead, man. So, like I say, man, we'll be getting with each other, man. And like I say, it is what it is, man. You gotta keep moving.
Yeah, it's all good. So real, come rap with us sometimes, man. We ain't gonna run y'all.
Most definitely, I do want to rap with y'all. I'm serious. I really do. I just really want the conversation to go more smoothly next time.
Oh, don't worry about that, bro. We can build like that, bro.
Cool. Yeah,
ain't no problem, man.
All right, yeah.
All right, so peace to you, brothers, man. For the next time, back channel.